certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Steel Toe. It's the morning show. And of course, that also means we hit live again, breaking so many people's hearts. It's already been another win for the Toe. We appreciate you being here. We have, I have news. There you go. There's the news. No Johnny today. Johnny texted me about 10 or, no, probably closer to a half hour. I would say closer to a half hour before the show started. Johnny sent me a text. He has a leg injury. That's all he said. He has a leg injury. Johnny said that, said, I can come in later, or can you handle it by yourself today? And I said, I got it. You want to come on Friday or something? That's fine with me. But Johnny's not feeling well today. Got himself a leg injury. Also says that he may not be doing his own show today. That he's going to see how he feels.
Fuck you, Aaron.
Hi, Chad. So we'll be running it. We'll be running it ourselves today. But hey. The evening show audience was incredible. They went over by $50 last night. I mean, they absolutely crushed it, so we thank them very much. We've updated the rankings. The Chad Buzamak donor ratings look like this. Gray Duckling in first place with 140 for the week. Steph in second place with 120. 2.0 in third place with 110. And Riding Dirty Llama in fourth with a hundo. So to break into the top four, it's going to take triple digits at this point this week. Now, we do have Zen Man at 65, Red Fox Mad at 60, Trucker 18-Wheeler at 70. So we do have some people who can sneak on into that top four. But right now, not a soul under 100. In the Chad Buzamak donor ratings. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. We really do appreciate it. Awesome levels of support. Like, subscribe if you can't throw in a few bucks. The freeways are always fun. But yeah, we start today at $300. So not too much mention of anything goal related for the first hour today. You've got your links in the chat. If you want to throw in, throw in. If you want to stay ahead of the game, stay ahead of the game. But essentially all we're looking for is 200 down to 200 by 8 o'clock in the next 2 hours. We're happy. I'm very excited about today's show. I mean, it was kind of a bummer when Johnny texted me and said he couldn't go today, but that doesn't mean I'm not incredibly excited. And also we're finding out that I think it's an issue we're having with interfacing OBS and Zoom at the same time, because the picture looks far better today. It looks much crisper. The board is easy to read as I'm looking on Rumble. I look good. The whole thing looks well. I mean, as good as I can. Purely speaking from a picture quality standpoint. Look. This is not long for this world, unfortunately. I had a come to Jesus moment with my hair where I looked at it on OBS here either yesterday or Monday, and I just said, shudder to think what that's going to look like in 3 years at 40. To which some people would respond, Aaron, don't you mean 2 years and 20 days at 40? To which I say, shut the fuck up. That would be my response. Let's go ahead and talk to you guys for a little bit. Then we have plenty to discuss today. The Kiwi farmers, along with Zero Dark Tony, figured out who Patrick's biggest fan is. And boy, I tell you what, I get tired of being right. That audience's combined IQ doesn't match Patrick's weight, which is difficult. I understand. In fairness, that's a difficult number to hit. But boy, you would think if they could just grab a point or two apiece, that maybe they'd be able to get there. No such luck. I don't know if any of these people should be judging characters, what with the DUIs and the family services investigations and the committing crimes. I mean, now that the courts know who's been committing contempt of court outside of Ethan Ralph, might as well go for him, huh? Don't fuck with the Farms, man. In my opinion, the Farms is undefeated. You show a proper amount of respect. You read. You don't bother anybody. Generally speaking, they'll leave you alone. Hulkamasha Baby says Johnny on Friday would be awesome. Also, did you talk to that walking cancer Keanu and her handbag? That's not very nice. Keanu had a show last night, and she talked a little bit about April and all that stuff going on. I listened to a little bit of it. Nothing we haven't heard before. She, I guess there were a few podcasts giving her shit, so her and her mom gave him shit back. She also said something about yours truly that I didn't necessarily agree with, but I understand her perspective. She said that Aaron exaggerated our conversations about, her reaching out to me that one Saturday, and then us having conversations that, she says, oh, he exaggerated when he said, like, oh, I apologize and said, I'm sorry that everything happened about. Well, I mean, I don't know if I took a tone because I was on the air and, we're conveying a story. We're telling a story, as it were. And I got all performative, but I don't think I lied. I stand by what I said. We said our mea culpas. We said, hey, sorry everything got out of hand. Sorry about all the shit that went down. I mean, I have to stand by what actually happened. Keanu did say, I didn't know how much of a monster he was. And there were certain things he said that triggered me, that made me think wrong things about you. And I appreciate, I wasn't saying that to shit on her. I was saying that because a lot of people were giving me shit for even talking to her. And I said, look, when people want to say, there were fuck ups in the past, I apologize. I think you'd be a really arrogant dick not to hear them out, not to accept their apology, and then admit where maybe you got things fucked up. I don't really see that as the toe exaggerating at all. So that kind of, I listened to that, and it didn't upset me. I'm not mad at Keanu for saying it, but I was like, you know what? I will go on my show though and kind of stand up for what happened, stand up for what was said. And again, if I said it in a performative way on the air, I will admit I probably wouldn't tell it person to person the way I told it on the air, because again, you're telling a story. You're you're throwing a little sizzle on it, if you will. But the meat of what I said, the content was correct. The content was true. So if it was the way I told the story, I'm sorry. I'm a bit of a theater kid myself. Could have went to Augustana University for drama and arts. But I decided to be poor in other ways. Thank you. But no, I listened to it. I think most of it, it wasn't really talking about Nick or April or anything like that. It was really more, I guess she's having a feud with these lady podcasters. And let me say something about lady podcasters having fights with each other. Can I just be the first one to go on record to say it breaks my heart? I mean, it really does. It absolutely tears me apart inside to see these powerful, beautiful women who have podcasts just yelling at each other. I mean, now I think if this election of Trump showed us anything, it's that these gals have to have unity. These gals need to come together. It's a shameful thing to see all these girls fighting and henpecking and scraping and clawing against each other. I think it's an awful thing, and I hope these gals find unity. I hope these gals find a way to overcome. If you ask me, a lot of this is the male-dominated podcast patriarchy pitting these women against each other. They're the ones who really want these girls to fight, because they know that if these beautiful, independent, strong, powerful women ever band together and form a podcast network, they could wipe us all out. So there's a lot of people who are making up their Christmas lists right now. There are a lot of people who, wishing to Santa Claus and all that. Here's my wish. I wish this Christmas, and if I get nothing, if there are no presents under the tree for your friend Aaron here, I want one gift that would make my Christmas worthwhile. I want these female podcasters to find peace. Keanu did say that a lot of people were, quote, dish rags. I kind of like that as an insult. She doesn't like her and Michaeline. Michaeline was full of vim and vigor as well. She was getting after the gals. I like to handle people who have problems with me with a little more levity, but I understand a good trashing. I get it. They went after the pretty antisocial girls. I don't think that's fair. I really don't, because the difference between the pretty antisocial girls having a show and not having a show is like that. I mean, unless you put Aaron or Steel Toe in their title, ain't nobody checking that out. I mean, they had to sell their souls to the guy who talks about fucking kids to get themselves any play. I mean, that's a hell of its own making. So I don't really know if it's necessary to go after the pretty antisocial girls. I say pretty antisocial girls. Everyone in my chat says who. So I think that's punishment enough. But Keanu and Michaeline felt the need to go after them, and who am I to judge? Other people can do their show. They also went after Little Lemmy. Little Lemmy is a tragic example of what happens when you take the internet too seriously. I think, I don't know. I'm not in other people's lives. I'm not in their homes. But I just imagine that if you went out and you went to Top Golf, or you went grocery shopping once a week, or you went to the gym, or you just, something, a hobby like, something that you do on a regular basis that gives you a routine. You'd kind of understand, and you'd realize, well, the internet's supposed to be for fun. It's supposed to kill time when I'm not busy. It's not supposed to be my life where I get mad at things. Like, for these people like Lemmy, something bad happens on the internet, like on a Discord for them or on a podcast. Their day is ruined. I can't imagine living my life that way. That sounds like a prison. It sounds like a hell. So, again, I will appeal to the world. All I want for Christmas is these gal podcasters to have peace. I think there needs to be unity. If they want to have a summit, that's great. Triple N will moderate it. I'll get Triple N and Hobo Chili Recipe and maybe Roots. You know what I'll get? You know who needs to be there to officiate a woman's podcast peace summit? The Aristocox. That's a job for them. Snowcat Tish says, yes, because all the male podcasters get along so well. No such thing as male unity. We don't care. Or at least we shouldn't. And the ones who do care, put them in the female podcaster category. Should just be doing your show, moving on with your life. That's what you should be doing. Let's go to Cocktiff. He says, wait a minute. You're apologizing to her? Fuck them. They are irrelevant and using you again. I didn't apologize to anyone. I said, I'm sorry if it came off like, I was being a little theatrical with the storytelling. That's all. That's not like, guys, I'm trying to make peace. I want to be, my new role in the podcast world as I get closer to 40, I want to be the Warren Christopher. I want to be the great negotiator. Wait, he wasn't on Epstein's list, was he? Warren Christopher? He kind of has a vibe. Anyway, rest in peace. Warren Christopher dead? Warren Christopher. 1993 to 1997, he was the Secretary of State under Clinton. He died 13 years ago. Okay. Rest in peace. We won't accuse him of being on Epstein's plane in that case. Fauci's Pangolin says, it is weird that they're fighting. Women always get along. Look, under the tree, I just want to know that everything's fine between Lemmy and Keanu and Melissa and Terry from Pretty Antisocial. Did I get close? Melissa and Terry? That's their names now. I just want Melissa, Terry, Keanu, and what's Lemmy's name? Stephanie. I don't know. I want them all to get along. That's all I want. Eaton Clam says, you know why I get along with my friends so well? I never talk to their wives at all, like never. No, you know why guys get along so well? Guys get along because we really don't know each other at all. I have many very close friends that if SP will ask me, hey, what do they do for a living? Or my parents will ask me, what does your friend this do for a living nowadays? I'll go, I have no idea. I know that it's office related. Like one of my best friends in the world. People ask me like, hey, what does he do for a living? And I'm like, one time I was riding in his car and I saw folders about healthcare and he said it was for work. So he works in the healthcare field, like the health insurance field. It was like a Blue Cross Blue Shield thing. And I said, where do you want me to put this? And he goes, just throw it in the back. It's for work. So he works in the health insurance field, or he was going over health insurance papers for his job. Either way, he works. I know that. And that's why guys get along so well. We don't get too mired in the weeds. McBuster says, I think Lemmy is worse now. Mother working for a known pedo. Oh, my goodness. You better not be. Santa doesn't like that kind of shit. Snowcat Tish says, don't make me agree with Kiki and Mickey. The antisocial girls are boring as fuck. A snail crawls faster than their podcast moves. Hey, they don't have to worry about that. Nobody watches them unless Steel Toe's in the title. So if they don't want people saying those mean things about them, they know how to stop people from watching. Triple N says, Lemmy smoked herself retarded. I would need a doctor to make that diagnosis. I'm not going to take that from you, Triple N. Eastwood says, Lemmy makes Quadfather seem interesting. That's impossible. Nobody can make Quadfather seem interesting. I want you to apologize to Lemmy. McBuster says the pretty antisocial mom hags are MAP Melton employees using his super tips and sweeping for him. How are they allowed to procreate? Nobody's given them children. If they have, holy shit. I'm more black-pilled than ever then, if that's the case. Let's go to Fauci's Pangolin. He says, if something happens somewhere, I should feel something, but I don't. There you go. Hulkamasha Baby says, fuck peace. Due to those guineas, what the Moors did to their ancestors. Well, that's illegal in all 50 states. Approachable says, holy shit, diagonal stripes really make the chest lumps pop out. My weight's back on the down. I'm on my way back to fighting weight. I'm not going to let you hurt me today. McBuster says, little Lemmy can stay over in the YouTube quarantine kitty table with the other Melton minions. Look, like I said, all I want is peace. Guys, I'm Rodney King. And by that, I mean I got the shit beat out of me by white cops. I'm Rodney King. Can't we all just get along? Lemmy with 199 says, I'm a poor that lives with a drunk, nothing to do. I know I don't keep up with podcasts and I don't watch shit, but I was under the impression I thought Granny got clean. Granny went to rehab. That's what makes, I'll never make fun of Granny. I mean, anybody who's, doing the sobriety thing in the one day at a time and all that. You're not going to catch me mocking that guy. Good for him. That's a brave thing to do, is get clean. So, in all seriousness, I mean, I kid around, but I don't fuck around with that. That's impressive. Stephen Bravo says, with $2, Toe, show them super chats of people saying that about Lemmy. Saying what about Lemmy? You're the only super chats I have, brother. Fauci's Pangolin with 5 gifted memberships says nothing. Just gives us 5 memberships. What a goddamn nice guy. What a goddamn gem that guy is. Thank you, guys. Stephen Bravo with $2 says, Toe, how long before Gino snitches on you again? Snitch on what? I'm a good boy. What have I done? I never done nothing to nobody. I'm a good boy, Stephen Bravo. By the way, Stephen Bravo, you got to be excited that me and your boy Chad we're kind of back at it again. I mean, I said nothing but nice things about his new Cleaning Out the Attic home movies show, and he got upset because I called it a studio, okay? But then he called it his transitional studio. It's a studio, and I said nice things about it. I said it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Chad got mad at me yesterday, and we played some of it on the evening show, and I'm sorry that the evening show got taken down. I don't know what copywritten shit we played. I can't remember that far back. That was almost 12 hours ago, for God's sake. But I don't know what I did, but the whole thing got blocked, got taken down. I guess it's still up on Rumble. Eastwood says, Granny carried BYB. Nothing can carry BYB. Nothing. Hulkamasha Baby says, you're only on the way down until you get peckish and have to drive. Fuck him. You know, I went to Von Hansen's yesterday after the morning show. I got a half pound of meat and cheese trail mix, and I got a half pound of salmon spread. Ask me how much of each is left today. Shut up. Shut up. Have you seen 219 in 8 months? Well, 8 months would be April. Yes. I've been under 215 in the last 8 months. Believe you me, I've been under 215 in the last 8 months, which is not good. I'm at 223 now. That's not good. You know, I've gone up 8 to 10 pounds. It's not solid. Dissident says, even if you're in the 0.00001% that finds Keanu attractive, as soon as she opens up her mouth, you want your money back. Wow. It's getting mean in here today. I feel like I started today's show asking for female peace. I asked for, women to be, should we call Keanu, and should we get this thing straightened out? You know what? We're going to get this here. Yeah, Keanu says theatrical is the word I should have used. Not incorrect, but a heightened version of the convo. That's all I meant. And that's what I thought she meant. See? Aaron's a reasonable guy. Aaron takes what people say, and then he doesn't do like Chad and just fucking lose his mind. Aaron goes, I'm pretty sure I know what they meant. Let's call and let's see if we can find peace amongst these female podcasters. I'm gonna figure this out. This is my job. This is the way I pay my penance to society for all my ills and wrongdoings, is I now become the great negotiator. Stephen Bravo with $2 says, it's like John's daughter. It's in transition. See, now that's not nice. Why do we have to bring up
your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying...
You know what? Fuck me for asking. It's the last time I try. See, that's what I get for trying to be a peacemaker. That's what I get. For remembering my beatitudes from christening school. Now, what do you call it? What's when you're... hold on, guys. Maybe. Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Aaron.
I was listening.
Aaron from Steel Toe. Hi.
Oh, cool.
Look.
First time, long time.
Yeah.
Oh, you called me. What is it, so?
Look, I'm calling for a very simple reason. I hate all this ugliness. I don't. You know me. I'm not a beef guy. I'm not a fighting wars podcast guy. Ask anybody. Ask Sumac. I'm not into this fighting stuff. And I watched your guys' podcast last night. And by the way, I did say last night on my show while we were sniping your show, I said that I said that your mother back in the day hurt my feelings.
Did she?
She did. Because I was always very nice to Michaeline, and Michaeline was always very nice to me as well. And then when all that ugliness went down, she, you know, to hear some of the things she said about me, I will admit, hurt my feelings.
You want to know what else Michaeline has also said in the past few weeks? She said, well, I think that maybe we were a little hard on Aaron. And she said that not on the air, just in life.
Now, see, when I tell this story,
and that is not easy to get out of, Michaeline.
When I tell this story off the air to friends and family, I'll say, "Oh, Michaeline said that she thought they went a little hard on me." Now, when I tell that story back on the show, I'm going to say, "Michaeline was in tears. She's losing her."
Michaeline was groveling. She flew to Minnesota.
She was
Michaeline
crying.
Knocked on my door,
guys.
And
it was.
She was hyperventilating.
Remember the way Frank Lopez begged at Tony Montana's feet not to kill him in Scarface? I never did nothing to nobody. It was just like that, and you know, I'm a man of forgiveness, so I forgave. But I really look. I want to talk about something very serious. This is important to me, and that is female podcasters fighting with each other, which I personally, in the day
let me first just say, our program on Toward Tuesday, it started off as it's a review of Romeo and Juliet and The Wicked, and Michaeline, her algorithm, I can't help her YouTube. She saw the, corner store workers, gas station workers podcast. At least that's what they look like. They look like the people I buy cigarettes from. And I wouldn't say that. I would never disparage looks, but they're mean people. They're mean to me.
You're talking about Melissa and Janelle?
It's the slut-shaming hillbilly redhead and the one with the glasses. Right. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I believe it. Amy and Lillian.
Lillian and Shmishmishba.
Okay.
Whichever one it is. And then their cohorts, which I was the first guest on BYB podcast. I know Quad.
Not a brag. Not a brag.
It's actually my worst and biggest regret because of how nice I was to them. And they've done nothing but, except for Quad. I mean, even my mom just goes like, whatever. But I don't watch their program either, Aaron. I don't watch it. I don't typically watch Magpie and Lilith or whatever their names are.
Close. I think
right?
that's close. I'm sorry. I called them Amy and Jill, and I fucked that up, and I'm sorry.
Same thing. Whatever their names are. I can never remember either. But I don't typically watch them as well. But my mom had seen a few things, and then we decided to watch a few clips, and then all hell broke loose.
Well,
we said our piece, and that's that.
Well, this is what I like, because I could tell that it got especially Michaeline worked up yesterday. And here's what I'd like to see again for Christmas. I said this earlier, and you were listening. If I get nothing else for Christmas this year, I think in the age of Trump, I think you gals need to stop fighting each other, because there's a patriarchy out there that's clearly trying to send everyone into camps, and it's going to be a lot easier. And look, I'm a guy; I'm going to be fine, so I don't need to be giving out this advice. But I think you gals need to find peace in the podcast world, and I think you all need to figure it out and have a summit. And like I said, if Hobo Chili Recipe could organize this summit and have you girls sit down and hammer it out, I think you should do it.
Yeah.
Or I have a counter. Or
it's beneath me and Michaeline. Yeah. I apologize.
Or
we don't.
Don't.
We truly don't care.
All right.
It's not what we're about, but it was quite fun. Come on, please. Are you kidding me? Like, as if you don't fight with every other podcaster on earth, Aaron.
Name one. Name one.
Chad Schumacher.
I love Chad Zumock. I think I went through his show the other day. I was complimentary to Chad Zumock, and I think he took it the wrong way. And I think we're going to work things out. I really do.
You act as if this is a fight, but you comment on things Michaeline and I are allowed to comment on things every once in a while, especially when, I couldn't keep up with the amounts that they were talking about Michaeline and I. And I can't help her algorithm. And then I said, if you want to talk about it, we'll talk about it. That's all.
All right. Well, look, I think you're in the wrong, and I think you should apologize. I think you should apologize the way you apologize to me: the groveling, the crying, the tears, all of this.
You know that you're a performative, theatrical human being.
I'm a performative storyteller. Absolutely.
Okay.
Like I said,
that's all I meant by that.
The meat of what I said was true. The theatrics behind it was maybe a little embellished.
You exaggerate and sort of not twist, but maybe you make it as if, you make it as if like Michaeline crawled to the door in Minnesota and said, I'm so sorry for what I have done. Please forgive me, Aaron.
When in reality, it was just a crying face emoji in a text.
She didn't even talk to you. See how the game of telephone goes? All I said was Michaeline said to me, we might have been a little hard on Aaron. That's all she said.
And as we know,
you just changed it to a text.
Yeah, as we know, that might not be true because Keanu is a giant liar. We all know that. We all know that to be true. All right, can you answer one thing before I cut you loose and you have your Skittles for dinner and go to bed?
It's the morning, but sure, my breakfast. Go ahead.
Let me. I want to read something from Turd Burglar, and I think this is something we should be taking seriously, and you should answer. Turd Burglar. Well, it's not Turd Burglar. It's Turd Burglar 69, and okay. Turd Burglar 69 says, "This cunt is just waiting for her next opportunity to stab you in the back." Your thoughts?
I'll stab you in the front again if I get the chance, Aaron.
Stab me in the front. Well,
I'm teasing.
Guess what? As a reformed citizen, I offer my enemies no knives. I am a monk at this point.
Aaron, I'm teasing. All right.
Go make peace with these women. Otherwise, us men are going to run roughshod all over the landscape.
You know what? Honestly, you need to calm down, eat some fruit or something. All right, It'll be just fine.
All right, no, I'll fuck off. No, you women keep doing it your way. You're doing great, doll.
Bye.
All right,
goodbye.
Well, that's not going to happen. These fucking broads don't listen. Stephen Bravo with $2 says, bing, bing, bong, bing, 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 bong, boop. I should do, I'm not usually searching for stuff that often, but I should start adopting the bing, bong, boop. Trucker 18 Wheeler says, oh, that's not very nice. I like Michaeline, especially since she groveled at my feet, begged for my forgiveness, and said, I cannot go on this holiday season, Aaron, if you don't forgive me. So I hold her in the highest esteem. $5 from Stephen Bravo. Disagreeing, says Pretty Antisocial is one of the best podcasts on here, Toe. They are very fair in their analysis, something Kiki knows nothing about. Facts. I don't know anything. I've never seen their analysis. I don't know how they analyze things. I will admit I'm being very unfair. I'm just saying they're generally unpleasant looking and their personalities are wildly unlikable. They could do a great show, so I do apologize for that. My critiques were not of show content. I've never gotten that far. Again, just unfortunate appearance, terrible presentation. Let's chalk it up to that. I'm a nobody. I mean nothing. I just want peace. MSO says more like anti-pretty. Now, socially anti-pretty podcast, that doesn't have the same ring to it. Clapo Graham says, wow, Aaron, you made $9 getting that slag on to listen to your fans, you simp. All right, you're right, Clapo Graham. I will, and I hope Keanu's still listening, and I hope she hears this message. She's fucking banned forever after all that shit. After that appearance where I called her and told her to make peace, she's fucking barred. She's disbarred from Steel Toe. I got a I got a bill from Mr. Approachable. Mr. Approachable sent me a bill for $50 on PayPal and says, for the Kiki content. Oh, no, I'm getting charged. I'm getting charged $50. That's not okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to let that one go. And I just cancel out that bill and give me another chance. I apologize. $280 away from today. I appreciate it, guys. All right, let's get into a show. I'm sorry. Kiwi Farms decided to dig into Patrick Melton's fandom. They also investigated a crime that was committed and found the culprit. And look, I wouldn't bring this up if it didn't make me right. I wouldn't bring this up if it didn't make me look very good. You know, I've been saying that in order to be a Patrick Melton fan, you have to either see me as your daddy and I've done something wrong to you and it's a rebellion against your internet father, or you have to have the IQ of a fucking raisin and be one of the dumbest human beings with no social. I didn't say no social life. Somebody else said you have to be very low IQ, have no social life, and basically live vicariously through the internet and Discord. And I think that's a great summation of the Nobody Likes Onions fandom. Well, Kiwi Farms dug in and they figured out, and this is a very unfortunate looking gentleman. You remember the guy who yelled out something during April's couple of Zoom hearings and Nick's Zoom hearing and all these other things? Kiwi Farms found out who it was, and they found out a little background on the gentleman. And I really want to apologize for the picture I'm about to show because this is a hideous guy. This is a guy who shouldn't, his face, after this, I promise I'll never show it again. His name is Ian Maddox Hawkins, apparently. He goes by Ian Hawk. So I don't think his identity is like some mystery. When you call yourself Ian Hawk, I mean, Ian Maddox Hawkins makes sense. He lives in Texas, and he's apparently got a bit of a rap sheet, which, hey, there but for the grace of God go I. But he's apparently a gigantic piece of shit. Kiwi Farms did some research. Breaking Baldo News did some research. And apparently, he's the guy who got booted out of April's hearings. And he also has a couple of times drawn the attention of the authorities. Zero Dark Tony reporting, this is Ian Maddox Hawkins committing yet another federal crime by harassing a courtroom and calling from another state. I have emailed this clip to the investigating agent in Texas. I don't think they care. I think you have to send it to Candy, Ohio County. I will also be contacting this judge and the clerk. I believe this is a contempt charge. It could have federal implications. Well, I mean, that's true. That's absolutely true. Let us know when the Texas Department of Family Protective Services gets in touch with your admin, Ian Maddox Hawkins. Interstate phone threats that you are facing in a name. I don't think this guy's done any interstate phone stuff. I'll say this about Zero Dark Tony. He's another guy who maybe takes the internet a little too seriously and he gets out there. Look, this Ian Maddox Hawkins guy, this guy, I mean, that should be the mascot for NLO fandom. This is minor. I mean, this takes very minor genetic manipulation to make this full-on Down syndrome. I mean, this is a pretty retarded guy. And I'm the only thing that has me struggling here is a lot of this is Zero Dark Tony stuff. And I'm not about to throw in my lot with Zero Dark Tony just because he figured out this stuff about this guy. But this is a perfect example of what a Melton fan looks like. Not only that, also back in May, under investigation by, this is according to Zero Dark Tony, Texas Department of Family Protective Services, Henderson Police, and the case is being referred to the FBI for interstate fraud. See, I don't know if that's true. Also, I believe I saw, and I don't want to speak out of school, but on Kiwi Farms, I saw something about some drunkenness offenses, and that might be where that mugshot of him looking like complete dog shit comes from. Yeah, he's I will say this. It is, if nothing else, it's very consistent with who Patrick's fans are. So that Kiwi Farms continuing to dig in on old Pat and finding another gem. This guy, Ian Maddox Hawkins. And look, I get it. So now you see these guys. This is where I ask you guys for understanding. You see these guys, and now you understand why they'd glom on to such a terrible show and a guy who's clearly got serious emotional and mental problems like a Patrick Melton, because they're that way too. Like Ian Hawkins and Patrick look like they could be cousins, related in some way. I think they see a lot of themselves in the problems and the mental issues, and they go, oh, this makes me feel a little normal. If nothing, I empathize. I get it. I just wish they would understand that their problems and their issues, the call is coming from inside the house. And maybe then you could let the healing begin and maybe put the bottle down. Uncle Lucky with $9.99. Oh, my God, breaking news. Says, Hunter said he can get Nick and April a pardon if they can get off the coke in the hot tub. Will look like a giant bowl of egg drop soup. Great Asian impression, by the way. Well, thank you, Uncle Lucky. Thank you for that. I appreciate the $9.99. Very kind of you, sir. 275 away from today's goal. Thank you guys again. Off to a great start. McBuster says Kiwi Farms is really thorough and brutal. Yeah, I don't know. You ain't gonna see me fucking with Kiwi Farms. I think they provide a fine service, a fine website. I read it myself. I will say it every time I talk about Kiwi Farms. I don't understand reading your own thread. I don't know why you'd put yourself through that. All they're gonna do is shit on you. They do offer good advice, though. Like, I've read some things about myself on other people's threads on Kiwi Farms, and I'm like, that's a good point. I should take that under advisement. That sounds pretty like shutting the fuck up about certain things. I've done a much better job of that from April to now. Why? You read what a fucking retard you are enough times, and you go, boy, I'd really like to see the number of instances where I'm called a fucking retard cut down. Perhaps I'll stop doing the thing that gets me called a giant fucking retard. Now, if I read that I have tits enough, we'll get to 4 or 5 days a week in the gym and cut out the drive-thrus. That'd be good. By the way, to stopping at Von Hansen's meat market, don't. To stopping at Von Hansen's and getting meat and cheese trail mix and salmon spread, does that count as drive-thru, or is that's technically a stop at the deli, is it not? The dude contacted the court. Melton fans are so fucking stupid. I mean, they are. It doesn't even seem fair to call Melton fans retarded because it's kind of just implied and it's almost a cheap shot. Fauci's Pangolin says, I'm glad he was there so they didn't catch me jerking off in the back. You know, it's important to have subterfuge. Turd Burglar says he's a young Buffalo Bill looking motherfucker. Again, those are the types that get attracted to Nobody Likes Onions. And that's, people wonder why I laugh so much, and people wonder why I poke fun at these guys so much, and they can't really get to me the way they want to. It's because, again, consider the source. Consider the source of it's that guy. And isn't that the same guy that got caught talking to some e-whore while he's living in a house with his wife or girlfriend or something? And then he got caught talking to some e-thought and he's talking like a complete simp bitch. I think that's the same guy. The Kiwi Farms lost a lot of street cred after the weekend, says Bigot on socialist media. Look, I can't condone everything Kiwi Farms does. Crashing a website because you were, and I'm not going to say jacking off, but crashing a website because you had to watch Destiny suck dick. Bad look. But here's the thing. We're all allowed a bad look from time to time. Lord knows I'm of that belief. But I do believe that we're allowed a bad look, and that crashing a website to watch a guy suck another guy off, I wouldn't put it in the top 10 of accomplishments for the farms, but everyone, and the farms is not a monolith. You're going to have some people who are going to go there. Maybe they had some interlopers. Maybe it was interlopers coming in trying to watch the dick sucking video. Maybe there's a lot of innocent people out there that we don't want to besmirch. Coltrane billing me $250. Sorry. $1 from Coltrane says, so we know what SP's name is. Her name is Now. He just said he's gotten better between April and now. Now doesn't have the ring to it. Mr. Beat says, did that really happen? Yes. Yes, the farms crashed for about 48 hours because too many people were trying to watch the Destiny dick sucking video. Destiny blowing a guy broke the farms. Hey, everybody has a bad look. Approachable says, thinking about that, let's go, everyone. A $700 rally today, and Aaron will be forced to watch gay porn. Wait a minute. What was the rule by the end of today's show if you knocked out all the goals? $650. No, it would be $900. $900 today. And then I have to watch the Destiny video. And I am still comfortable agreeing to what Mr. Approachable threw at us on Monday because I'm not watching that fucking video and I ain't making $900 today. I'll tell you that much. We're what, $275 away from today? We're fine. McBuster says Melton's minions are seething. Uh-oh. Did I rattle them up? Did I rattle them again? Are they going nuts? Oh. Triple N says the fact that you frequent a gay website makes you gay by osmosis. Kiwi Farms is not a gay website. They got that would be kind of hard to explain in a court of law now that I think about it. Your Honor, I don't visit a gay website. It's just a website that had to shut down because it was watching gay porn a lot. Objection, allow me to rephrase. It doesn't always have gay pornography on the site that I go to. It's just that when they have gay pornography, it shuts the whole site down. It's not a gay porn website. It's just that when gay porn is on it, it's immensely popular. It's about, you know what? Let me take a little break from talking about this, and I'll come up with something. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into some news today. I know people are getting, we went a little drama heavy. I have fun with, I can't help it. I have fun with it. It makes me smile. It makes me laugh. I have no Johnny today. Devil Pup says, I can't take any more of the seething on YouTube. I have to admit, I have a bit of a guilty pleasure of rattling the cages of those animals. Here, I'll make you guys a deal. Anything over $50 comes in by 7 o'clock. We'll turn the YouTube chat members only today. We'll do a Kevin Brennan offer today. We'll do a Kevin Brennan thing. More than $50 comes in the next 15 minutes, and we'll do members only YouTube chat. How's that? I'll throw a little KB at you today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, etc. $275 away from today. Thank you, guys. You're doing wonderful. Okay. I have to tip my hat to Lila Hart's husband, Eric Abinate, on Twitter. He is a great follow. Over 100,000 followers. Holy shit. Eric kind of compiles a lot of these liberal media freakout moments and posts them on Twitter. And I'm a bit of a voyeur in that regard. And this shit really entertains me. And Eric posted a clip. And what I like about some of the clips he posts is it's shit you don't find on like mainstream media sources. I've officially added Eric Abinate's Twitter into the show prep list. And he found the Bill Simmons podcast. I like Bill Simmons. I don't know much about his politics. I like his sports takes. And Bill Simmons had this guy, Chuck Klosterman, on. And Chuck Klosterman, who I don't know what Chuck Klosterman does other than look like a cross between Jeffrey Dahmer and Sam Hyde, but he's not doing well with this whole election thing. And it takes a lot for me to play a clip of a guy who I don't know. So you know that the freak out has to be pretty entertaining for me to go, I'm willing to find out who this guy is because he's losing his mind so much. Look, losing a football game, losing an election, losing a bake sale, all of it can be tough. You know, you worked hard, you put your time in, you practiced, you worked at it, and you came up short. And that sucks. But I feel like we can have a little bit of perspective. I mean, for example, Trump fans. I mean, aside from the one who showed up at the Capitol on January 6th, Trump fans, they took their loss, they lived through the next 4 years, and they said, we'll get them in 2024. A lot of these Biden fans, I mean, we watched a clip from The View yesterday for Chad Buzamac about Anna Navarro saying that she's going to have to take way more bubble baths during the Trump administration. Me too, because that's where I masturbate. But she said she's going to have to take a lot of self-care, mental health, a lot of bubble baths because she can't even because Trump won the election. And, like, I guess in many ways, if a woman is going to say that, it's a little more understandable. They're kind of that way. But Chuck Klosterman, I believe, had a full-on public mental breakdown on the Bill Simmons podcast. Let's go ahead and check this clip out. It really is something to see.
I really feel that I do not know what's going on in the world now. And I don't mean because of the outcome of this election. I mean of my understanding of what the world was like and then the manifestation of the reality.
This motherfucker's getting like fourth dimension on. There's people whose brains were broken because of this last election. And then there's guys like this Chuck Klosterman where a portal, a wormhole opened up in the space-time continuum for this motherfucker because the election shook him so hard. Like Doctor Strange, portals opened up for this fucking guy and reality ceased to exist for him. He can't even grasp and understand the existence of the plane in which he lives because Donald Trump won this election. Now, I have an idea for people like this, and I know you guys hate to hear it. I say it a lot. There is a very simple solution to going, I don't know what the world is. I don't know the way people think. I don't understand how these things can even happen. There's a very simple solution that guys like this, I think, need to hear, just judging by their appearance. Go outside. That'll solve the whole thing. Go outside, talk to a few people, grocery shop, go to a hardware store, buy some auto parts. I need to grab some brake fluid. And yes, I will be able to solve this problem on my own. Thank you very much. And also talk to my oil change place because apparently they didn't top off my fluids. But at any rate, go outside, talk to some people, take the temperature of the public, talk to some strangers. You're just gonna be able to understand how the world works a little better, and then you won't be so broken and fucked up and have like roadie trunks piled up in your podcast room like you're living in a survivalist bunker because the election didn't go your way. Get out there, man. And maybe wear contacts. The glasses along with the hair make you look like a serial killer.
It's like I was so, like, in 2016, it was like kind of a shocking outcome or whatever. This was less shocking. But yet it seemed as though I thought I had a pretty clear or a decent understanding of
why do guys who look like this insist on getting so fucking close to the camera. Like, okay, Bill Simmons is not an ugly guy. I wouldn't say he's a matinee idol or anything, but Bill Simmons is a decent enough looking guy. And look at him. He's back from the camera. He's got a background behind him. This guy is all wispy hair and glasses just right in our face. He won't back the fuck off. When you're about to go on a rant about how mentally broken you are and how you can't even perceive reality any longer, let's back our face away from the camera a little bit, because the words you're about to speak in and of themselves are going to be troubling and make us think you're insane. You looking like a guy who tries to make inventions in his basement while drinking, let's say, too much mercury. That look is not helping the rant you're going on.
What the situation in the country was, and I was just totally wrong. It's like, I think the country is, we spent so much time, myself included, talking about how polarized the country is. I think in a lot of ways it's much less polarized than we realized, especially on a whole handful of issues.
Dude, fucking chill. All right? It's polarized. It was what, 51-49? That's pretty polarized, dude. 51-40. You guys lose one election. What's your guys' record in the last, 5 elections? Aren't you like 3-2? That puts you squarely still in the playoff hunt. You're doing fine. These people expect to win all the fucking time. They're spoiled brats, and whenever they have to take an L, their whole world falls the fuck apart.
I suspected, you were one of these people where I after the election,
holy fuck, he's babbling. He's a Woody Allen monologue in a comedy movie. Well, you see, when I originally came to you, I was telling you that it's a funny story because when I was at the grocery store, he's a fucking sitcom character. Donald Trump has turned this guy into Wayne Knight from Seinfeld.
Texted people, and I just said, like,
yeah,
on a scale of 1 to 10, how surprised were you by this election? Not how you feel about it.
If I knew somebody who texted me that, I'd block them from my phone. Could you imagine you're having a rough time? Okay, you know what? I apologize. Tell him to put his face back down again. And by the way, do you think Bill Simmons is staying quiet because he's floored by this? Or do you think he's like, I've got gold here. This guy, I have a man losing his mind on my podcast. This is going to get me some play.
Just how surprised you were. And I found kind of a disturbing pattern. Okay. There are some exceptions to this. But for the most part, all the people I texted are, they're intelligent people who follow the news. But some people really follow the news. Some people voraciously follow it. They follow.
Hey, buddy. And I'm just going to say this for your own good. Maybe some of us shouldn't. Maybe some of us should just, find something else to do for a while.
All the narratives. They kind of know anything you reference. They're like, oh, I already saw that story or whatever. Those people all gave answers like 8, 9, 9.5. It didn't matter what their political leaning was. Like if they were really engaged with media, they were shocked by not just the outcome,
really,
but the fact that Trump won all the swing states, that he won the popular vote, all of these things.
It's almost like the more you follow the media, was it Mark Twain or Oscar Wilde? It's the quote. If you read the newspaper, or if you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. If you read the newspaper, you're misinformed. If you follow the media, you're misinformed. It's amazing. When I was having my breakdown, I reached out to my friends. I said, how surprised are you? The ones who said 8, they watch everything. We're watching a man completely have a break.
The people I know, like a lot of them are like doctors and engineers and stuff, who follow the news,
look at your
don't
friends.
give a shit at all about the narrative. Like when they look at the New York Times website, they do not look at the right side of the page. They look at the left side of the page. They all were like 1, 2, 3. Like they weren't surprised at all. And I now sort of have the creeping suspicion that engagement with media distances us from reality.
The hell you say? I can't believe. So this man has not been washing his hair. This man has not been using face wash since the election. He has not been showering, bathing. He has not been shaving. He's just been wearing those Coke bottle glasses, staring down at his desk, having panic attacks since the election ended. And what he came to was the media, get ready for this, boys and girls, might be, it's possible, completely full of shit.
That the more information I get, the more information I take in, the less I understand the world. And I don't know what to do about that because
you fucking stop. That's what you do about that. You fucking stop reading it. Or you read it for entertainment. Here, let me do another movie quote. You see this? This is a newspaper. It's 90% bullshit, but it's entertaining. That's why I read it. You won't let me read it, so you entertain me with your bullshit. Stop watching the news and thinking you're getting informed. Watch it for fun. A corporation that takes money from drug companies and food companies is giving you information. Do you think you're getting the straight skinny there, kid? Holy shit, this guy. I mean, part of me feels bad because he's clearly having an episode. Like, his whole belief structure has been shattered. This is why I say don't take your belief structure so seriously and, you know, change it as the facts change. But this guy, this is like God himself came down to speak to him. But it was not the God he believed in, and he found out that his God didn't exist.
That's a real issue if that is true. And that's how it feels for me now. My perception of what the world is being so shaped by these things that I'm not even close to what's actually happening.
Even his camera's having a breakdown. His camera's losing touch with reality. This is all so much for him.
Feel this way? Like how?
The betting markets would agree with you because the betting markets.
Of course he drinks Mountain Dew. And now people are going to say, Aaron, you drink Diet Mountain Dew. There's a big difference between a Diet Mountain Dew drinker and a Mountain Dew drinker. Calm the fuck down.
I think like 5-6 days before the election, Kamala was almost even.
Yes.
And part of the thinking was the abortion, women are going to come out for this. People don't realize there's a lot of women even telling who they're married to or people in their lives.
Dude, Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys took this election really fucking hard. When I saw the election results, I had to go get my kitties. What the fuck?
So you'd hear that. There was an Iowa poll, right, that it was like, wow, she's doing great in Iowa. So when you're talking about
No, that's your guys' fault. That is your guys' fault. You saw one Iowa poll where she did well. You ignored the 900 others that said she's losing this thing in a walk. And you went... This is, you know what? I would like to blame the media for this. I really would. But you guys got to take responsibility too, because you do what the rest of us do. You read until you get the answer you want, and then you stop reading. That ain't the media's fault. That's Al Stump's fault. Man, you should be mad at is Al Stump.
Influences stuff. A lot of it is just the media influencing narratives that if you want to believe the narrative and you hear the narrative, you grab onto it, right? So you see the Iowa poll and you go, well, that's a great sign.
Fair.
She's doing really well in Iowa. So it almost feels like stuff was nudging people different ways. But to me, it was like, I thought when Elon went on Rogan, I felt like that was the most important part of the election, whether people want to admit it or not. Like Rogan coming out and saying that he was going to vote for Trump and that he was in on Trump, I think that influenced people. And I don't know if another media figure has that kind of power to shift votes. I'm not blaming Rogan one way or the other. I'm just saying there was real momentum that I think some people didn't want to overlook.
Right. I think that this Chuck Klosterman, while he's having this mental breakdown, I want to make him feel better. There were signs there. Like, you shouldn't have been so gobsmacked by this. You shouldn't have been so floored by this election. Like, if you wanted to see signs, the signs were there. Stephen Bravo with $5 says, Toe, now is the time for you to release the Baldo polycule sex tape there. There are no sex tapes of my past. If there are, I've got a Hulk Hogan Gawker lawsuit waiting. And because I've never been taped knowingly. And if any such tapes are released, first of all, you're welcome. Second of all, I'm against it. And God, though, you know, you look at how much money the Hulkster got out of that. Yikes. Something to think about. Anders with $10. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. Thank you for the 10, Anders. And, he also gives us $20. Oh, it just went off my screen. $20. Anders says, let me go back up and find it. Anders with $20 says $30 to the Toe for my 30th birthday. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is very nice of you. That puts us at 2:45 away from today. In the next 2 minutes, if we get $10, we turn the YouTube chat members only. That was the deal. Coltrane with $1 Says if your brake fluid is down, it's either got a leak or the pads are almost gone. Be ready for that bill. Oh, shit. No, it won't be the pads because I did that not too long ago. But you know what? That makes sense because when it was snowing really bad that one day, I slid as I was turning right. I slid and my right wheel, my passenger side front wheel went bam right into a curb. It shook the whole vehicle. It was a good shot. Now the brake fluid light, this could be an electrical thing too, because the brake fluid light only comes on when it's cold, when the vehicle is cold here in the winter. This started when it got below 15 degrees. And when the vehicle warms up, the brake light doesn't come on anymore. So this could be a very interesting thing. Could be a very interesting thing to take a look at. Deutsch Chad says, even some of Kamala's advisors are coming out saying they told her there was no way she could win. The polls were 100% fictional. The county election map shows the proof. 90% red. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, go members only chat. Let's go. Well, guys, that's $50 in the time slot allotted. But people are telling me the YouTube chat is full of some really seething people today, and that entertains me a lot. All right. You know what? I'm a man of my word. Let's go ahead. Customization. Members. There we go. We have a members-only chat on the old toe there. There we go. 240. Away from this morning. Thank you very much. Hey, if you want to buy don't be mad at me. If you want to buy a membership and you want to continue to be upset with me, you're more than welcome to buy a membership. It's affordable. Even for that, we saw that caliber of audience, and you guys could probably even spare it. Ryobi says, you got a bill coming up. Do I really? Is that going to be a rough one? I hope not. Snowcat Tish says, I don't think Hulk got anything. Gawker didn't have it. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he just put Gawker out of business. That's what it is. Cocktiff says, I love hearing him try to talk car stuff. Yeah, no, look. I've never cosplayed as a mechanic. Bird Collector says, wow, dumbass, hit something with the front tire and don't look or get it checked. Nothing came up right away. McBuster says, here come the Melton minions that didn't get gifted memberships. Oh, get a membership. It's worth it. Pay to hate. That's what I say. Loaded Wrench says, members only, don't meet shit. Jive Turkey says, finally, I feel like I'm part of the cool group. Absolutely. And thank you if you're paying to hate Steel Toe. That is, I cannot think of a bigger honor and a better own of you than you paying money to hate. You're welcome. If I wasn't so fucking good at this, you wouldn't be here. And don't think I don't appreciate it. All right, let's continue on. We go from the Ben Simmons podcast to, I don't know when this happened. I don't know when this became a thing, but Gavin Newsome, the governor of California, who you would think would have better things to do, Gavin Newsome started a podcast. Nobody asked. There was no demand for this. He just started calling people. We've watched a couple clips of this Gavin Newsome podcast. Leslie Jones, Mark Cuban. And these really look like they could just be a Zoom call between friends, and none of this needs to be recorded and broadcast. But he decided to record it and broadcast because God knows he solved all the problems that California has. And now he can just spend his free time talking to his buddies. So he had Jameel Hill on his show. Now, I hope you know who Jameel Hill is. Jameel Hill was an employee of ESPN. She's kind of the poster child of what people think was the problem with ESPN, getting political, having hot takes on race and politics and shit like that. And that she was kind of the firebrand that turned a lot of people off from ESPN. Well, Gavin Newsome had her on, and guys, the former sportscaster turned, I think, just perennial whiner, Jameel Hill, I know you've been waiting for it. She has her diagnosis on what happened with the election. And this is good because the election was 4 weeks ago. It was called 4 weeks ago. Donald Trump was made president of the United States, president-elect, that is. And a lot of people had these hot takes the day after. And like Joe Scarborough and Al Sharpton blamed black men and Latinos and said that they're sexist and they hate women. Okay, hot take, qualifies. Some people waited 4 weeks. They waited a month. They ruminated on it. They let it marinate. And then they came up with their take. Like Jameel Hill. Let's see what Jameel Hill thinks about this whole election thing now that she's had a month to think about it. Because like I said, a lot of people just went with the lazy take that it's racism or it's sexism, or they ignored a lot of the lessons that voters were trying to send. Now that this Jameel Hill, formerly of ESPN, and Gavin Newsome, apparently still the governor of California, they've had a month to think about it so they can come up with a really good take. Let's check it out.
So, yes, I take the reelection of Donald Trump quite personally because of the person themselves, but also as a black woman.
Shit, she's going to go with race, isn't she? Fuck. Thought we were going to make it. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to tell you we are not going to make it. This is going to be another hot take that includes an angry black woman yelling at Whitey for not doing what she wanted them to do. And you know, I'll say this. I agree with Jameel Hill. I don't understand why all these white men don't vote the way all these angry liberal minorities want them to vote. I mean, they always ask so nicely. You know, I always do what people tell me to do after they call me a devil and a bigot and a Nazi and a fascist. I always go, you know what? This sounds like a reasonable person. I'm going to hear them out. Sounds like they've got some important things to tell me.
And that is because I think for a lot of black women, we can relate to Kamala Harris just in the sense of some.
Right. Like a lot of black women, like say like black women who live in poverty in the inner city, single mothers, things like that. They can definitely live with, or they can definitely relate to a privileged woman who married a wealthy Jewish man and became a prosecutor who threw a lot of black men in jail for nonviolent drug offenses. I can see where a lot of black women in America would relate with that story. She seems very, on the pulse of what's going on in everyday America. This is where these fucking people are going to keep losing elections. They take a skin color and they take a set of genitals and then they go, well, this is all the answer we need. Got it. Good. She's a woman. Check. She gets me. She's black. Check. She gets me. Really? We're not going to look at anything else? We're not going to look at where they grew up? We're not. Okay. This person, because of their skin color and their genitals, understand what this person in the inner city of Chicago dealing with no employment and high crime, they get this person. The person who is very well known for sucking Montel Williams' cock, they're going to be able to relate to the single mom who can't get a job in Harlem. Okay, cool. All right, well, thanks for telling me because I didn't know that.
Some of us have been in that position before where we felt qualified, if not overqualified in many respects. And
Jameel, I've seen your sports analysis. Nobody has ever confused you for overqualified for a gig to talk about sports. I promise. So if you were worried about that, if this was something that was has been bothering you, don't.
For a lot of black women, even though we should not internalize it this way, it felt like a particular rejection of some of the things that we've been fighting for, or it felt like a particular rejection of sort of our place and how we're seen in this society. And
we just wanted fucking prices to go down. Jesus Christ. You had a month to think about this and you could. Bro, these people have had a month to think about this and they couldn't even look outside of themselves. Like, forget analyzing the country or analyzing the race. They couldn't get past their own fucking front door. And then you wonder why people call you out of touch. I've been thinking about this election and, it was about me. All these people rejected my rights, and none of these people voting fucking thought about Jameel Hill or anybody. You know what they thought about? Holy fuck, my groceries are expensive. This guy sounds like he wants to change things up. holy shit, it seems like there's a lot of illegals just coming in and breaking the law, and nobody gives a fuck about the rule of law anymore. This guy says he's going to enforce those laws. I think I'm going to vote for him. Literally, if you look at any exit polling, there are 0 fuck Jameel Hill votes. So no, this wasn't about you. And if you people on this side, I don't know why I'm getting mad at you, because you keep this shit up, you're never going to win another election again. Get ready for President J.D. Vance in 2028. We keep going, hey, what do you guys think you did wrong? We didn't take these racists seriously enough. I mean, in their mind, every time they lose, it means there's more racists in the country.
And I don't think it's by any accident that both of Trump's presidential victories have been against women. Hillary Rodham Clinton, of course, in 2016, and now in Kamala Harris, because some of those same tropes.
He tried to beat the shit out of a guy. You guys shoved a knife in his back and threw him in a dumpster. It's not his fault that you guys keep throwing shitty women at him. He wanted to beat the fuck out of the old guy. The old guy didn't even make it to the finish line. Trump was like a fighter who wants to avenge his loss. You wouldn't let him.
Have come up in both elections. And so it does make you wonder at what point, I hate to use the word ready, but at what point will America be ready for a woman to be in that role?
As soon as you give us a good one. You come on. How entitled do you have to be to being a president when you throw Hillary Clinton, who if it weren't for power would be in prison, and Kamala Harris, who's the very definition of an overachiever, judging by her qualifications? You throw Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris at us, and then you say, I wonder why they're not, I wonder why we're not electing a woman. Give me a good one. That would be like if we nominated Pee Wee Herman and we're like, why can't we get a white guy elected? I don't understand it. What's wrong with this country?
I think it's a question we have to ask ourselves is like, what is it going to take? Because I see all this post-election autopsies trying to box around what I think was pretty obvious about how racism and misogyny were driving a lot of the coverage, the opinions, and even how the electorate saw Kamala Harris.
Electorate is not a word. Quit trying to sound smarter than you are. Electorate. Just like your take was expectorate. Holy shit. You had a month. Look, I'm more offended by that take than I am like Al Sharpton and Joe Scarborough calling everybody racist, because at least theirs when it was an immediate tantrum in the moment. This bitch had a month to think about this, and that's the slop she came up with. You know what? Gavin Newsome runs a podcast about as well as he runs a government. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, Aaron, you should be getting a wheel alignment to prevent uneven tire wear on your SUV. I do. I get rotations and alignments regularly. Slamming into a curb can cause you to have an uneven alignment. Well, we're due for another oil change in the next month or so here. We'll get it all taken care of. I promise. Thank you, Red Fox Mad. K Fallen the Great says she has a better jaw than you, Aaron. Fuck. Cindy says she has less chins than you. See, now this to me just seems like this wasn't about me. This was about her. Cabinet Man, big fan of the show, says high-level race baiter. Right? It was all about race. It was all about me. I mean, imagine how arrogant you would have to be, and that's coming from me. Imagine how arrogant you have to be in order to go, I've been thinking about this election. I've been thinking about it hard for the last month. And you know what I've realized? It was all about me. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. Helgi says, how about never, you dumb bitch? Well, Jesus. I mean, we could elect a woman sometime. We could elect a woman tomorrow. We can't. There's not an election tomorrow, but you get what I mean. This country would elect a woman. The problem is, you don't nominate good ones. Would you says Kamala was another DEI hire. Hard to say she wasn't, you know. Hard to say she wasn't. By the way, 235 away from today. Thank you very much. Trucker 18-wheeler with $2 says, Aaron, you retard. Not everything on a car throws a code. Thank you. I mean, did we have to go with retard first? Why is it that way with cars? By that's 100% a car thing. Also, like, it's totally a car thing. When people start talking about cars, like we could talk about anything on the show. We could talk about like a recipe or food or something, as long as it's not barbecuing, and people get a little mad. But like, you could talk about your favorite snack, and people would be very respectful. You go to cars, and it's always got to be, you fucking queer. It's brake pads. Like, okay. All right, it's brake pads. I don't know that we needed to shout queer first. I'll be quite honest with you. Hurts my feelings. If I'm being honest. Hey, you fucking gay guy. It's your goddamn calipers. I don't know why I'm going with brakes today, but Devil Pup says, my car is throwing codes for no reason. Ha, see, you queer? It does throw codes. Brittney Boo says sports too. Yeah, people, I'll be honest. People get, hey, man, I think we should switch to a conventional 4-3 defense. What, are you fucking retarded? You want to lose every game? Whoa. No, I mean, so I take it you're a 3-4 guy then. You're right. It is. It's like people get an inordinate amount of anger over very certain trivial things like cars. Like, you can even go to someone and ask them. You can be like, hey, man, I banged my car into a curb the other day. Now when it's cold out, until my car warms up, it throws a brake fluid level code at me. Do you have any advice? Yeah, don't be a fucking retard and learn how to fix your car. If I knew that, I wouldn't be talking. I came to you because I thought you'd give me advice, but apparently you'd like to yell at me first. Did I remind you that it's not your car? Let's go to Elements Ninja says, now show Leslie Jones flipping out about Trump. Oh, I'm sorry, Elements Ninja. We played that on yesterday morning's show. Somebody sent that in. Kraken Slappin says, food and cars have always been heated conversations here. Yes. Oh, my God. If you talk about fast food on this program, get ready for the chat to maul you like a grizzly bear. Turd Burglar says, in fairness, the Bengals run a 4-3 defense. Look at them. Man's got a point. Somebody says, doesn't help Aaron when he bought that minivan and said it was the best thing ever. My kids still miss the minivan. April said she wouldn't date a guy who drove a minivan, and I really liked her. So I went vehicle. My peacock feathering was going out and buying another car and trading in the van that my kids loved. Yeah, I was a lovesick piece of shit. I was. Trucker 18-wheeler says, maybe fill your brake fluid reservoir. Yes, that's what we're doing today. Is we're filling up the brake fluid reservoir. Now, someone said, well, there might be a leak. Well, there's no leak. Unless a brake fluid leak could be internal and it doesn't hit the ground, I have no leaks. My car is like the Trump White House. No leaks. Jane says, don't change your ways for a woman over your kids. Pussy sick. Yes, I agree. We can throw 2020 me was definitely. It was COVID. I got COVID. That's what happened. Can I blame COVID? For a couple months before I got COVID. Love never has you pick a slut over your kids. Jesus Christ. My God, man. Uh-oh, this is bad news. Thank you, Clopogram, for sending this in. Breaking news. This was 15 minutes ago. Russian warship fires at German helicopter. NATO reconnaissance aircraft incident over Baltic Sea sparks new conflict escalation. Fears. Conflict escalation fears. Great. This article multiple times openly brings up World War III. We're doing great. Yeah, guys, you're right. It would be terrible if we gave Russia the Donbass region. That would really be awful. I mean, to provoke them into a war and then let them have a region that wanted to be Russian anyway from the very beginning and is probably why we started this conflict in the first place. Yeah, that would be, what we should do? We should just drive. When Russia and Germany fight each other historically, the world wins. Oh, goddamn. Goddamn, man. Hey, King Kong Dong, you fucking asshole. What are you doing? I'm going to take my kids to Moana 2 this way. Actually, what should I do? I was talking to SP about this yesterday. She had an opinion. I had an opinion. I want your guys' opinion on this. Somebody says Aaron saw blonde hair and small tits and he was all in. Yeah. I went with grown-up tits this time. I am a tit man. A lot of the times when things fall apart, when you venture outside your comfort zone and things fall apart, you go back to your roots. My roots are a tit guy, and I rewarded myself. Guys, sometimes you need to treat yourself. Sometimes if you go with someone who's a little smaller and spindly and has smaller tits, sometimes you got to go, you know what? Let's go. Let's get a really hot one with nice big tits. Let's do that. You gotta throw her in reverse, if you will. Approachable says, don't worry, Aaron. With that shirt, we definitely know you're a tit man. 383 Novocaine with $1 says you could have moisture in your brake lines. I like that advice. That would make sense. Because, like I said, when the car warms up, that light doesn't come on. Interesting. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, remember when Aaron couldn't change his tire? He's retarded, remember? Now, I do want to take the kids to Moana and take them to the theater? Remember, ages are 10, 7, and 5. Do I want to take them to the theater or do I just want to buy it on Amazon and watch it that way? That's what we got to figure out. Like SP and I were leaning towards just doing the thing on Amazon because, it's young kids to be taken, especially the 5-year-old, taking them to a theater. I've taken my kids to a theater a few times. Like my son and I went to see Sonic 2 in the theater. God, I can't remember. I've taken all 3 of them to a film before. The Super Mario Brothers movie. We went to see that one. The Smurf sequel, we went to see that. We've been to a few, but goddamn, I think if you do it on Amazon, a lot cheaper. B, if the kids end up not liking the movie or it bores the shit out of them, they can just get up and do something else. Jane says theater will give the kids lifelong memories. Eaton Clam says don't let your kids watch that propaganda. Oh shit. Carlos Cameo says the Parkwood Theater in Waite Park is hot garbage and overpriced. Do Amazon. Now Jane says, no, don't go to the movie theater. What the fuck? King Kong Dong spoiled Moana 2, and now he says it's payback for Endgame. I didn't spoil Endgame. Corey Adam did. Approachable says the theater will be fun, but it will cost you over $100. Okay. Copperhead says Amazon, just buy some good popcorn and snacks to enjoy at home. Well, here's the deal. I'm already a popcorn guy. I have an Orville Redenbacher air popper that my high school girlfriend got me when I was 17 years old. And that thing still fucking kicks ass. It's 20 years old. It crushes. And I got all the sprinkle salt powder shit and all that stuff. We can do it up real nice. Okay. Well, then we'll go to we'll stay away from the movie theater, and we'll stay at home and watch it. Well, then I go to YouTube, and K Fallen the Great says, "Go to the theater, you queer." Fuck you, dude says Russia fired signal ammo at the German Halo, basically a warning shot. Oh, so we're getting a little theatrical here. Red Fox Matt says take your kids to the Cold Spring movie theater. That's a little bit of a hike, but oh well. Oh, well. Guy Sartell says 4 sticks of butter just for Aaron. This is not, the things you're saying are not accurate. Not only are they inaccurate, but they are remarkably hurtful. Do you ever stop to think that maybe the things you guys are saying to me are offensive and that they hurt my feelings? You don't, do you? I didn't think so. Guys, we are 235 away from today. Hey, let's take her under 200 by 8 o'clock, and we'll be right on pace. Thank you very much. You can see the top 4 there. Gray Duckling in first with 140, Steph with 120, 2.0 with 110, and Riding Dirty Llama with $100. Red Fox Matt is looking to creep into the top 4 with $80 so far this week. Trucker 18-wheeler is now at $80 as well. I didn't update his. I apologize for that. So Trucker 18-wheeler and Red Fox Matt are looking to break in to that top 4. Thank you, guys. Now, Richard Head is spreading rumors in the Rumble chat. I can't abide by this. Richard Head says, Aaron puts chiz on his popcorn. You know, that's actionable. That's fucking actionable, buddy. All right? And upsetting at the same time. Hey, speaking of things people get passionate about and start screaming at each other and yelling at each other over. Burnside says, I was showering. Members only chat now. Yeah, today we told the audience was asking if they could do members only chat because apparently a bunch of people were seething in the chat because I was making fun of, I was making fun of some of their internet online friends that they think are real. So they were seething in our chat. So somebody wrote, wouldn't it be funny if you went members only? And I'm like, well, I don't think it's funny to just go members only. How about if you guys go, $50 by 7 o'clock in the next 10 minutes or whatever, we'll take it to members only. And the audience did. So we did it that way. It was fun. And plus it made a bunch of people mad, which always makes us smile. We're kind of dicks here at Steel Toe. FTW Nil says Aaron's favorite snack is fried butter sticks. Again, this shit is actionable. You have no proof that that's my favorite snack, and I'd really like it if you guys would learn the term allegedly. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, I'm with Matt. Movies are gay no matter what. Thank you, Trucker. Looking to creep into that top 4. $1 at a time. Thank you, pal. 235 away from knocking out today's goal. So this audience, as we said before, gets very passionate about auto repairs, and this audience gets very passionate about you guys get very passionate about your food. And I'm not trying to turn this next story into everyone fighting about the best way to cook a turkey because Lord knows I don't need World War III on my hands. This will start World War III quicker than the Russians shooting down a German helicopter. But we're going to talk about ways to cook a turkey and the dangers therein. That doesn't mean we need to start calling each other names. Doesn't mean we need to start shitting on each other in the chat. Doesn't mean we need to call each other gay F words. Don't need to. Now, I understand some of you will. I'm just letting you know that you have a choice. You have a choice in the matter. Let me go real quick to SP here, and then we'll get to this turkey story. Says, I was there when you read the messages, and you were pretty spot on with how your text conversation went. Can't say the same about phone calls. Okay. Well, I also know that I can be showy from time to time. I can be a bit showy. So one of the ways that people swear by in terms of making turkeys is deep frying. Now, I've eaten deep fried turkey before. Shut up. I've eaten deep fried turkey before. It's good. I mean, the way the inside stays moist and delicious, but the skin is nice and crispy and flavorful. It's very, very good. And yes, I know how fat I sound when I talk that way, but people love deep fried turkeys. I've never made one before. But one thing I have seen online is that a lot of people either do it wrong, or I don't know if it's doing it wrong, or if it's just one of the hazards of deep frying a turkey. Sometimes people put that turkey in the oil and it starts on fire. Like they've burned down buildings because they were deep frying a turkey. Again, I don't know if that's normal. I don't know if you're supposed to do it outside. I don't know. but people have burned shit down. Imagine wanting to cook a turkey that way so bad that you commit arson. It's got to be good, right? Hulkamash a baby with $1 says, who cares if it's actionable? What are you going to do? You took back and apologized to people who put you in jail. I guarantee you swallow jizz. But Hulkamash, that's fucking actionable too. Just out of kindness, could we throw an allegedly in there? Or it is my belief. No? Just going right for the jizz, huh? Klopogram says that wasn't dried jizz. It was April's yeast. Oh, for God's sake, man. For God's sakes, man. Why? That's not even insulting me, you understand. I'm out. Cindy says, did you or are you going to talk about Tiffany Henyard? Yes, we'll probably do the Tiffany Henyard thing right after the turkey thing, because I'm sure my audience is going to want to rant about turkey cooking for a while. Let's get that Tiffany Henyard story set up and ready to go here. Actually, kind of a big development in the Tiffany Henyard thing coming up. So, some people in Connecticut over the Thanksgiving weekend, some blue bloods, wanted to make a deep fried turkey. They live in a $4 million home, 11 bedrooms, 9.5 baths, 9,300 square feet in Weston, Connecticut. Huge mansion. They decided to deep fry a turkey. Let's go to Inside Edition for how that worked out.
You've been warned for years about the dangers of deep frying a turkey. Now look at what happened to this $4 million mansion in Connecticut. It's engulfed in flames.
Fuck. I mean, not only did you burn down your $4 million mansion, but you know who you're really pissed off? All your neighbors. Because in a rich neighborhood like that, you've just ruined their view. They wanted to have a nice night looking at their private lake, and what do? Set the whole fucking thing on fire, and now it looks like a giant book burning. Congratulations. I hope you're happy. And that's how these rich cunts in this part of the country think, too. Like, they would go right over to their house, and they would go, I just want to let you know that you setting your house on fire really upset my family, and it kind of ruined the mood for the whole neighborhood, so I really wish you guys could get this put out soon.
The fire department says it's from deep frying a turkey in the garage.
Is it the house that's on fire?
Yes, it's the house on fire, the garage.
Is everybody out of the house?
We have to evacuate everybody. Take everyone out. The house is on fire.
Wait, you didn't do that part before you called the fucking fire department? Jesus Christ. It's just like, my house is on fire. It's burning to the ground. I deep fried a turkey, and the flames are golfing. They're golfing everywhere. Golfing on the roof, golfing in the bedrooms, golfing. Well, have you gotten your family out? Oh, fuck, I knew I forgot something. Hey, guys, I'm on the phone with the fire department. You guys think you can make your way out of here in the next couple of minutes? Yeah, apparently when the house is on fire, we got to go. Anyway, when are you guys going to be here? My neighbors are getting pissed.
President-elect Trump's health czar, RFK Jr., was also deep frying his turkey for Thanksgiving.
This is the dangerous part.
Whoa. Can I ask you guys something? Should RFK Jr. really be deep frying a turkey? That's not the healthiest way to eat a turkey. Isn't this guy supposed to be making us all less fat and slimmer and trimmer and less... I'm sure the turkey he bought was organic. I'm not questioning that part. I'm sure it's been fed nothing but turkey food its entire life. But deep frying, shame. That's what I do with people now. Like even the kids, whenever they eat stuff that's bad for them, I go, you're going to get in trouble with RFK Jr. I'm using RFK Jr. as the health Krampus.
Very slowly.
But what's that? He's walking around with bare feet.
Jesus Christ, Robert. That's like your uncle driving around with the top down. The fuck's the matter with you? I'm starting to think that this Kennedy family's got a death wish. His cousin, his dad, his uncle, nobody taking the proper precautions.
It's going to be delicious.
Social media was quick to point out how
that is fucking beautiful, though. He did a great job. I mean, again, that's fucking brave, dude, but that's a good-looking turkey. Jesus. That might be the best way to do it. If you told me that deep frying a turkey is the best way to make them, I can't argue with you.
Dangerous it was to not be wearing shoes. Doing this barefoot is insane, said one. You never ever cook with bare feet, and especially not near hot oil and grease, went to
Fucking pussies. He's RFK Jr. Gray Duckling says he uses beef tallow way better than oil. Is that true? God, this motherfucker thinks of everything.
another. But Kennedy seems to have survived Turkey Day without injury because he was seen taking a shower way in the back in this video posted by his wife.
What the fuck, Larry David's wife? Are we... Your husband's got his cock out and he's just in the shower and here you are filming? This is our Health and Human Services Secretary. He's in his 70s, by the way. He's got a better body than I do. Shit. Now I'm depressed. Now I'm bummed. RFK Jr.'s in his 70s. He looks better than I do.
Cheryl Hines, who went on social media to promote her line of candles and lotions.
No, you can't take a shower. I'm doing a video.
You know, that couple should be like the mascot for like how you can have political disagreements and you can still be fine, because like he's literally working for Donald Trump, who she thinks is the fucking devil, and they seem to be doing just fine. Los Federales with $1 says, part of me wishes that World War III would just start already. This generation has no idea what patriotism and freedom really means. Excuse me, sir, but when George Floyd died, we changed our profile pictures to black boxes. So I don't really think that you can talk shit about our patriotism. The world needs a hard factory reset by any means necessary. Jeez. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says Aaron deep fries jizz to eat it. Well, what do you deep fry jizz for, smart guy? Exactly. Dive Bar says, I'm not rushing to judgment, but her nose looks a little big. Don't worry. You don't need to Google it. See, look at what you guys got started now. Cindy writes, and Aaron doesn't swallow jizz, he guzzles it. All of these are actionable. None of them are true. Thanks a lot, guys. To someone you hold in such high regard, to someone you respect so much. Can't even put the word allegedly in there. Riding Dirty Llama says, when you don't eat sugar and keep carbs to 20 grams a day, LCHF ketogenic, whoa, lets me eat fried stuff, no problem. All right, bunch of RFK Juniors in our chat. So bring the fried turkey in duck fat, please. My heart stopped just reading that. Dead Game says, you still have George Floyd memorial statues up there. Yes, we do. We do. Minnesota, home of the hero, he says. Right, exactly. George Floyd still has a permanent memorial here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Oh, yeah. Somebody writing in, Eminem's mommy died, age 69. Wah. Well, anyway. Yeah, Kim Mathers died. 69 years old, made famous in the Marshall Mathers LP. They act like I'm addicted to smack, like I'm Kim Mathers. You know, she was immortalized in song by her son with numerous reference that he would murder her and that she was a pill-popping whore. She passed away at the age of 69. Which, by the way, incidentally, a very long old age for a pill-popping whore to live to. So, I mean, 69, not great for the rest of us, but if you are indeed a pill-popping whore, that is beyond the life expectancy. So congratulations to Kim Mathers. $5 from Suicide Jockey says, Aaron, I'm not gay. Also, Aaron, look at that 70-year-old man's body. Well, look, I mean, I feel like this is a little out of context and quite a bit unfair, but I guess this is where we are. Not his mom. That's Kim. Oh, wait. No. Kim wasn't 16. Debbie. I'm sorry. Debbie Mathers. I apologize. Kim was the mother of his child. Debbie Mathers died at 69. Debbie Nelson. She went by Debbie Nelson. Did I say Kim? I'm sorry. I just settled all my lawsuits. Fuck you, Debbie. Debbie Mathers. Debbie Mathers Nelson, whatever. 69 years old. I'm sorry for saying Kim over and over. My bad. Michael Shoes just writes, idiot. Kind of hard to shoot that one down, huh? When you get the name wrong and someone goes, you fucking idiot, what are you supposed to do? Argue with them? Impossible at this point. All right, guys, thank you very much for the contributions. I appreciate it. $230 away from today's goal. And, of course, we appreciate all of your contributions. Let's get that under 200 by 8 o'clock, and we are looking good for today. Vagrant J says she still raised a Kamala cuck. Yeah, Eminem's politics are they're disappointing to most of his fans. I would say most Eminem fans are like, really? This guy's a fucking Democrat? Ugh. Speaking of Democrats, let's go to Tiffany Henyard. Tiffany Henyard has had a hell of a last 2 or 3 years. She became the mayor of a small town called, Dothan, Illinois? She's the mayor of Dothan. She's also the county commissioner somewhere, and she makes like $200,000. She finagled a deal for herself where she basically gave herself pay raises. She would walk around neighborhoods handing out bottles of water with like a posse of off-duty cops and then bill it to the city. She would go to Las Vegas and bring a bunch of her cronies with her, all on the public dime. And she took that city from like $3 million to the good to $2 million to the bad. I mean, she has fucked up the town of, I believe it's Dothan is Alabama. God damn it, I know this. As Thornton Township is where she's a county commissioner. I'm going to get the city here. Dolton, not Dothan. I'm sorry. When I did radio in Litchfield, there was a town called Dothan, Alabama, where we had a sister city exchange program called the Peanut Butter and Milk Festival. And Peanut Butter and Milk Festival was this thing where Dothan, Alabama, one year would send a bunch of kids up for a week or two to Litchfield to hang out in the wintertime. So these kids from Alabama would see snow, and they'd, it was like an ag exchange program. And it was with kids from Dothan, Alabama. April was part of that. Let's call April up. She can tell you all about Dothan and the peanut butter and milk. Oh, wait. It's probably not the best idea. But, hey, if you want to tweet to her today or you want to Instagram her today, ask her about Dothan, Alabama. Ask her about the Peanut Butter and Milk Festival. I'm sure she'd be very happy to talk about it. Because I think right now on Twitter, it's just a lot of people calling her a homewrecker and a whore, which is not very nice. So I think if she got tweets asking about the Peanut Butter and Milk Festival and Dothan, Alabama, it would probably be a nice reprieve. Let's go ahead and get the latest on Tiffany Henyard. This was kind of a seismic shift. If you didn't know, she's under investigation by the FBI. Former Mayor Beetlejuice of Chicago is looking into her affairs. And, I mean, to her credit, she is staying as arrogant as ever as the walls continue to close in. And it's so agonizing because as you watch this whole Tiffany Henyard thing happen, you know how this is going to end. You know how it's going to go. But we still have to get through that process. And oof, is it just looking so bad for her? Here's the latest.
Because of some political maneuvering.
A Democratic caucus last night resulted in someone else being named the party's nominee. Eric is in the newsroom with more. Eric?
Well, good morning. The Democratic Party decided to hold a caucus instead of a primary for Thornton Township Supervisor.
Okay. So this is her second gig, Thornton Township Supervisor. This isn't the Dolton mayor job. But did you hear that? The Democrats decided to hold a caucus instead of a primary. Now, if you don't know what the difference is, a primary is where you and I and everybody and our neighbors, we can go vote on who's going to be the candidate in November or whenever the next city election is. By the way, great pause. A caucus is where like a bunch of party insiders and like total political nerds get together and they form little groups and they have little debates and they talk about the party and shit and then pick their candidates. So essentially what Thornton Township did was they said, we only want party insiders that are sick of this fucking bitch to be involved in this, because if we let the people decide, there's a chance that the people rally around this Tiffany Henyard because they're dumb, and she ends up getting to run for the job again. And then we're going to have to replace her anyway when she goes to prison. So they corrupted it up. They did a very democratic thing, and they basically shut the doors and said, all right, we're going to take care of this. And they did.
First time in decades, and Henyard and her slate of candidates lost that nomination.
What?
She's already saying the process was unfair.
I mean, she's not wrong. I hate to get Tiffany Henyard's back on this, but she got fucked over. And it's hard to feel bad for her because of all the people she's fucked over, but she still fucked people. She still got fucked over. You know? They still changed all the rules and did something they haven't done in decades because they wanted to make sure that they got this bitch out of there. And again, I agree with them. That's what they should have done. You've got to get her out of there. She's fucking poisonous. But that doesn't mean she doesn't have a point.
The meeting in caucus didn't take long last night to overwhelmingly nominate State Senator Napoleon Harris and his slate of candidates.
Whoa, no fucking way. Napoleon. We got a lot of Minnesotans listening to this show. Hold on. Let's go into the chat before. This is a classic Aaron gets distracted moment. Thank you, Los Federales, for the $1. We'll check that link later. Does that name ring a bell, guys? Does that Napoleon Harris, does that name ring a bell at all? No, Von Kaiser, not a running back. Maybe I'm wrong. I want to see if anybody remembers the name Napoleon Harris. I said, K-Fall in the Crate writes, you fucking dolt. Sorry, I got it wrong. Wow, nobody, no, J-Bra, it was not my first gay conquest. Okay, Rusty Grammer got it. One person got it. Linebacker. Yes. Not only was Napoleon Harris a linebacker, Napoleon Harris was a linebacker that the Vikings traded for along with a first-round pick to send who to Oakland? We sent somebody to Oakland, and in return, we got Napoleon Harris and a first-round pick. The Napoleon you guys are thinking of is Kaufman. He was a running back, Napoleon Kaufman. But I want, God damn, man, really? These always make me feel nerdier than I thought I was. That I know these things. God damn. No, he doesn't have any tots. Thank you, Von Kaiser. Randy Moss. It was the Randy Moss trade. We traded Randy Moss for Napoleon Harris in the first-round pick that became Troy Williamson. It didn't go well. Did not go well. By the way, thank you guys. 900 people checking out Steel Toe right now. We appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, and throw us a 5 or a 10 spot, and let's get under $200 in the next 10 minutes. And then we'll still be on track for a great time, a great show today, and knocking out the goal and doing an extra half hour. In the next 10 minutes, everybody throw in a few bucks, and we'll get under $200. All right, back to Napoleon Harris. I think the Napoleon Harris beating Tiffany Henyard. That's a cool little side part to this story.
Candidates for Thornton Township Supervisor. Current supervisor Tiffany Henyard, who is under fire and under investigation.
Wait. I thought under fire was a metaphor. I thought if you were under fire, it was like you were in trouble or people were looking into you, but they already said under investigation. So is she under investigation and people are shooting at her? Oh my God, that's terrible. Like, I know she's done a lot of things wrong and she's being investigated and she's probably committed crimes, but I mean, shooting at her? My God.
For her use of taxpayer money to fund trips and fancy dinners, called the process.
Fancy dinners. See, guys, you can do a lot of things with political taxpayer money. You can even go to dinners. But when they're fancy dinners, that's quite enough of that shit.
And fancy dinners, called the process unfair and is protesting her loss.
How you ain't let the people be heard?
She left after losing the nomination, but her supporters did speak with WGN.
This is the biggest. This is the biggest. This is a fraud.
Henyard and her allies say her supporters weren't let into the building.
This is criminal. I would easily say hundreds of people that were not allowed in to be a part of the process.
You know, but this is why they did it this way. Because they wanted to make sure she got the fuck out of there and she didn't embarrass the party and she didn't embarrass the city and they could move on from her. So, yeah, they fucked her over. But what does this say for the people of Dolton? It says they're retarded. This chick has squandered your city's funds and Thornton Township. She's wasted all of your money. She's done everything for herself and nothing for you. Yet here you are just kissing her ass trying to get into the building so you can support her. What the fuck is wrong? They don't deserve to have good leadership. If you're going to go, like, that would be the last thing I'd ever admit is, oh man, I tried to get into the building. They wouldn't let me in. And all I wanted to do was support Tiffany Henyard.
It was State Senator Harris's decision and his decision alone as the Democratic committeeman to choose between a caucus and a primary.
Is it racist? Just say yes. Is it racist for me to think that that is the linebacker Napoleon Harris simply because he's a tall, in-shape black man? Like, how many tall, in-shape black men are named Napoleon Harris and aren't NFL linebackers? I ask you. I'm pretty sure that's him.
Harris dismissed Henyard's complaints about the process.
People were getting let in at the proper time. We had a caucus. And the people voted for a slate of candidates to represent them.
Now, the election is in April. Henyard could still be a candidate, but she'd have to be a write-in candidate. She is also calling for an investigation of last night's caucus.
Yeah, they want her the fuck out of there. They weren't really concerned with keeping quorum or, doing this by the book or anything like that. It's just they've had enough. They've had enough of Tiffany Henyard, and they want her the fuck out of there. So on one hand, yes, she got robbed. On one hand, she got screwed. On the other hand, how does it feel? You fucked over this township and that city so much that you're literally the hardest person to feel bad for. So yes, the process screwed her over. They cheated. They scammed to get her out of there, but don't hold your breath for any kind of apology anytime soon. Maybe January 6th, they can organize some kind of protest for her. I don't know. Bigot on socialist media says, will they start rioting if she's gone? Well, I think they've passed that part. Chips and Diff says, does the newsroom really need that many monitors? That's the story. That's the story. $230 away from today's goal, and we are 4 minutes away from 8 o'clock. Let's see if we can stay on pace with the goals today and get under $200 by the top of the hour. Easy Money's wife on YouTube says, holy shit, ads today. Really? I'll fuck with that again. I had it set up to where nobody was complaining about ads anymore. And then YouTube, because I have YouTube schedule them themselves when you monetize your video. I select the option, the recommended option, let YouTube place ads for you, and I set it to conservative. They don't overplace the ads or anything like that. But apparently they're taking some liberties with our ads. Well, shit. I'm sorry, guys. We'll work that out for tomorrow's show. I'm sorry if that's getting to you. Neat VT says they were late. Classic. What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean by that. What do you mean by they were late? Is that a thing? Explain it to me. Explain it to me why them being late is a funny thing, because I don't know what you're talking about. J. Brock Contrarian says, I complained the ads kept ending and I was forced to hear begging. Oh, I'm very sorry about that. Yeah, if you guys are just coming back from an ad, I just want to let you know that $230 away from today's goal. Let's knock it down. Yeah, did somebody in the chat pointed it out? Did Tiffany Henyard just got Bidened? Uh-oh. Tiffany Henyard got Bidened out of her position. Let's talk about another guy who's been facing some shit and charges running the city that he's running, and that's Mayor Eric Adams of New York City. Guys, I'm really happy to report Eric Adams has fucking had it with the Democratic Party. If you don't know about this, Eric Adams was the left's darling. He was going to be this mayor of New York that was going to fix everything, and he was going to bring New York back to glory. And the Democrats were all on his side. And then Mayor Adams decided that he'd had enough of these fucking illegals coming in and taking up free hotel rooms, committing crimes. And he said, hey, we need to get this illegal immigrant problem taken care of. This is a big issue here in New York City. Can we clean it up? So the Democrats responded by saying, we're charging you with multiple corruption felonies. So that was supposed to bring Mayor Adams back in line, and he was supposed to shut the fuck up about illegals. Well, apparently all it did was make him realize, I mean, shit, if they're going to try and throw me in prison, I might as well just go all in with this illegal immigrant thing. And he's been roasting and torching the Democratic policies ever since. We got a couple clips of Mayor Eric Adams today. I mean, he's doing everything but wear a MAGA hat to his public appearances now because, there's two kinds of politicians. There are leaders and there are politicians. A politician gets the message when they catch charges like this and they go, I'll fall back in line. I'll be a good boy. And they'll end up dropping the charges against them. And they'll get to continue their career as a politician. What a leader does is they go, oh, I see. So I'm going to be honest, and these people are going to get me in all kinds of trouble. Well, if they're going to try and get me in all kinds of trouble anyway, I might as well just be honest and do what I want to do and do what I think is best. That's what a leader does. Donald Trump did the same thing. Donald Trump wanted to do things his way, and they said, all right, we're going to try and throw you in jail. He said, fuck it, I'm going to do it my way then. Go ahead and try and throw me in jail. Eric Adams is kind of going down the same road. We got a couple clips of Mayor Adams here, and I'll say this, of all the news that's going on in the United States, I'm loving the Eric Adams arc.
Citizens.
You're open to that.
Open to
hearing what their plan is to deport some of these folks. And
so they're asking Eric Adams about Trump's plan to deport illegals, because a lot of left-leaning cities are saying we're not going to help Donald Trump deport illegal immigrants. We're not going to use our police force. We're not going to use taxpayer dollars. It's amazing. They'll take taxpayer dollars to house people that have no legal right to be here, but they won't use taxpayer dollars to enforce the law. That's really fascinating to me. So they're asking Eric Adams, they're like, well, you run a liberal city. Haven't you learned your fucking lesson, boy? Haven't we done enough to you? Are you going to now bend the knee and fucking say that you're not going to let Trump come in here and deport all these illegals? Well, this is the gut check time for Mayor Adams. Let's see what he does.
To deport some of these folks, and you think the city, in some circumstances, should cooperate with ICE.
Let me. You know what's interesting? And I was talking to the team the other day. I want you to all go back and Google Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Google what they said about those who commit crimes in our city and what they said in our country. They said those who commit crimes need to get out right away. That was their position. So this is not a new position, because in the state of in the era of cancel culture, no one's afraid to be honest about the truth. Well, cancel me.
Oh shit! I fucking love them. This is great. I'm sorry that Eric Adams is going through all this clearly politically motivated bullshit, but that politically motivated bullshit is causing him to look inside himself and figure out who he is. And you know who Eric Adams is? He's every bit the police commissioner or police chief that he was in his career in law enforcement. Hey, I got an idea. Like his inner New Yorkers coming out. They're going, Mayor Adams, are you really going to cooperate? Are you going to be a good boy and not cooperate with ICE? And he's like, motherfucker, in the age of I want to get these fucking Mexicans out of this fucking country. And if you got a problem with it, cancel me, motherfucker. Suck my dick.
I'm going to protect the people of this city. And if you come into this country, in this city, and think you're going to harm innocent New Yorkers and innocent migrants and asylum seekers, this is not the mayor you want to be in the city under.
Shit. And then shortly after this speech, he was accused of 14 more felonies. That was... Jesus, man. I like him. I like Mayor Adams. He gives no fucks anymore after what they've done to him. In the age of cancel culture, you want to cancel me? Go ahead and cancel me. Go ahead. Fuck. He's daring him. He's daring him to cancel him. Good for him, man. We got more Eric Adams today. Jay Fish says, give me my badge back. Las Tejas says, Eric Adams, same snake, new song. Aaron's marking out. Dude, way better. Like, this is what MAGA people need to work on. I've been harping on this for a long time. You guys got to learn the phrase better late than never. The fact that these guys are coming out and they're changing their tune, it's better than them sticking to it over and over. Las Tejas says the voice is the best. It's a little racist, isn't it? You can tell me the truth. It's a little racist. Although Las Tejas is probably like, yeah, that's why I like it. Dive Bar with $20. Where does that put Dive Bar? Oh, Dive Bar's at 60 for the week. All right, so he's not quite close to cracking the top 10 yet. But we got Red Fox Matt at 80. We got Zen Man at 65. We got Trucker at 80. And we've got... And then Dive Bar at 60. Or 50, I'm sorry. No. God damn it, I can't read the thing I just fucking wrote down. 60, I'm sorry. Looking to break into that top four. Dive Bar with $20 says, don't let the goal stay stagnant or...
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
2:15 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Let's get it closer to $100 by 9 o'clock. I appreciate it, you guys. 2:15 away from today. Someone says it's worth it to have YouTube Live. I see no ads. Oh, okay. It's worth it to have YouTube and Rumble Premium. I see no ads, says Red Fox Man. I wish if you became a member of a channel, I wish that would allow you to stop seeing ads on that one channel. That would be nice. Somebody sent us a thing. Look how bad Minnesota has gotten 6 days ago. All right, we'll check that out a little bit later. Thank you, guys. Lostea says your Negro voice is passable at best. Oh, he doesn't like it when I read people's angry chats and I make them sound angry. I'm really sorry. Well, maybe don't make angry chats. Maybe try to have a sense of humor and have some fun. But I guess not. I guess we're going to be pissy pants about it. And by the way, that's not going to get me to stop doing that. If you let me know something bothers you and you're being a dick, I'm going to do it more because it's funny. Like if people come in trying to be an asshole, I'm always going to out asshole people. I'm fucking good at it. I'm really good at it. Oh. So yeah, when people bitch, I'm going to read it and, Aaron, why do you want to... Why? Because it entertains me. That's it. It just entertains me. 2:15 away from today. So Eric Adams then went on so he said, if you want to cancel me over the illegal immigration thing, then cancel me. He then went on to praise Elon Musk. I'm telling you, Eric, we are in the I don't give a fuck anymore Eric Adams arc, and I love it.
I'm not agreeing with them because of any other reason then I agree with them. How about that? How about we've had a broken country and city that has betrayed everyday people? Why every year the same communities look the same, but people getting rich over and over again?
Holy shit, dude. Fucking based Eric Adams. It's like every second that goes by, the guy gets better and better. He should just be wearing a shirt that says another one and have his list of felonies on it and just go tack another one on there. I don't give a fuck. Like, they pushed this guy to the point where he doesn't have to play ball anymore. He knows that he could end up playing ball, cut his own nuts off, and they still might hang him on this shit. So he's like, if I'm going to go down, why don't I go down swinging? So now he's like, I agree with these people. Why are these cities doing the same shit over and over? And we got more and more poor people and more crime, but the rich people keep getting richer. Oh, shit.
That has betrayed everyday people. Why every year the same communities look the same, but people getting rich over and over again? It's time to fix government. And I look forward to Elon Musk, who can take us to Mars. Then he can also finally have an educational system that is not denying poor people in the city and bringing innovation. This is innovation. We were a country and a city that led the globe in innovation. And look at us now. It's time for a change. And I've said this for years, and I'm happy that Elon is going to be part of those who are moving that change forward.
Half of New York's head just exploded. This guy's up. This is one of those things where, like, Eric Adams' national profile has increased and Americans probably like him more than ever. But in New York, he's going to be remarkably unpopular. This is one of those things where this is going to cost him job-wise, but public appearance-wise to the rest of us, he's going to look great for doing this. My God says, is he going for a Trump pardon? Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. He might be going for the Trump pardon. Yeah. Help him out in New York City? I wouldn't doubt. Maybe that's been a conversation. Eric Adams helps out Trump with deportations in New York City. He doesn't have to worry about any crimes he's committed. He's getting a pardon or clemency or whatever. Nice. That would be good. CDV, there's the track doc thing. Guys, did you know they're putting the mRNA COVID vax in your food? Did you know that? Citizen M, get the fuck out of here. Nobody gives a shit what you have to say. You're gay as fuck. You're a whiny bitch, dude. Aaron is a meanie head, and he doesn't need to do these things. Shut the fuck up. I didn't do anything. I reported on something that Kiwi Farms reported. Boy, you guys really don't like your... that's the thing about Citizen M and the shows he listens to and everything. Classic definition of dish it out and can't take it. They get so mad, and we do it all with a smile on our face. God, guys. And then you wonder why I call you guys my favorite lol cows. It's too fucking easy, man. It's too fucking easy. Let's go to Gray Duckling's clip that he's got. By the way, $215 away from today's goal. Landers writes, Aaron, stop. You're being mean. And that's about the long and short of it. Bigot on socialist media says, make another name, retard. Elza Belza says the trash has been taken out. Holy shit, man. The last couple of months, I've always said that if you just push these people a little bit, just give them a little boop, they'll fall right over. I had no idea how right I was. How the table has turned. We have fucking destroyed these people. And I'm sorry. It's fun to me, so I keep poking. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says it won't cost him his job if he stays a Democrat and no primary. Oh, no, they'll Tiffany Henyard his ass out of there, believe me. They're waiting to get him the fuck out of there. And if Trump pardons him, New York will turn on him big time. But nationally, he'll be able to do whatever he wants to do. Neshi with $5 says, are those SM7B microphones still up for grabs behind on the shows? No, I'm sorry. I put those up yesterday, and they were gone in an hour. And we did throw that towards a couple of shows. We threw it at last night's show. We're going to throw some of that towards Thursday's show, some of it towards Friday's Rumble Friday show. We're going to put some of that because those SM7Bs were like overbuy for the show. And I feel like if we sell them, for me to just pocket it, that's not fair. So we threw half the goal from the SM7B thing yesterday, and we'll probably throw like $100 or so at it tomorrow. And we threw a little bit at $50 at it today. So thank you guys very much. That brings the goal today to $210. Go ahead, keep fucking going, guys. I appreciate it. Keep it going. Let's get it down to $100 by 9 o'clock, and we'll call this thing another win for the toe. Johnny Blaze says, Citizen M has the gayest voice I've ever heard. He's also very easy to rile up, and between you and me, he's got nothing. There's fucking nothing he can do about it. And the reports I've been hearing from our audience is that already us just talking about the Kiwi Farm stuff on Melton's borderline Down syndrome viewer who likes to interrupt court proceedings, they don't like it. We pissed them off. They're all riled up. They have no sense of fun. These guys who go into court hearings and commit contempt of court and yell shit out and all that stuff, when they do it, the rest of us can laugh. The rest of us can have a good time. But when they're held accountable for what they do, we go, oh, this is the guy who did that. Here you go. Take a bow. You did a funny thing. Ian Maddox Hawkins is the guy who goes into these court hearings and yells shit out, and we laugh about it, and we think it's funny. But then you go take a bow. This guy's so fucking downsy that he's like, why would you say what my name is? You call yourself Ian Hawk. It's not that hard to figure out. What are you, fucking drinking again? You're going to get those Zero Dark Tony says you're going to get the family services people on you if you don't cut it out. And then they get mad like, we're having fun with them. You guys talk about like kid fucking and shit, and we're supposed to go, oh, God, why are you? We're just joking around. Well, we're just having fun with you. We're just chipping you a little. Why so sensitive? Quit making me right about everything. It's embarrassing at this point. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1. And by the way, Melton will dance to my tune and see about this later. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says Mayor Eric Adams becomes Republican and runs for president in 2028. Here we go. Approachable says 2 sound drops needed, 1 before the laugh, 1 after. All right, here's a clip. What do we got? Citizen M, get the fuck out of here. Nobody gives a shit what you have to say. You're gay as fuck. You're a whiny bitch, dude. So there's the first one. Does that mean a second one's coming? Yeah, Citizen M makes doxing videos, but cries about the retards on cries about that retard on Kiwi Farms. Yeah, it's the hypocrisy of those guys has been laid bare many times. Somebody says Citizen M is just a simple case of what a complete douchebag asshole is. He's a sad boy. He's a sad boy looking for his place in the world. That's all. Let's go. I'll take a little look at this. I didn't really have this planned for today, but somebody took the time to send it in. There's a guy named Stanley Dirt Monkey Genadek, and he made a video about a week ago of Minnesota. And he says, look at how bad Minnesota has gotten. Now, I'll be honest. I go to Minneapolis every now and again, and I think it's a little overblown how bad it allegedly is. I think he does fine. Or he does fine. I think Minneapolis is fine compared to, like, other big cities in the country. But here in Minnesota, like, look, Minnesota is 90% quiet. Quiet rural areas, rocks and cows, as our governor says. He's not wrong about that. But, the small percent that is big city, a lot of the rural people are like, yeah, you go to that big city, you're going to get shot and stabbed. No, you're not. You're going to be fine. I promise. But it is, look, it does have a higher crime rate, more population density. It's got its problems. And certainly compared to, say the early 2000s, statistically, it's not doing quite as well. But this guy decided to make a big, long video. We're going to jump around a little bit here because the trope of, look how bad Minnesota's gotten and look at how awful Minnesota's. I'm kind of tired of it because it's kind of a forced narrative. I mean, look, I'm a patriot. when it comes to my country, when it comes to my state. And I know that the politics in my state can be very frustrating, but like there's a lot of good things about Minnesota. I wish the taxes were lower. I wish the people weren't so soft, but there's a lot of good stuff about Minnesota, and there's a lot of good stuff about Minneapolis too. It can be a fun town. So I'll sometimes jump in and defend it. Let's take a look at this Mud Gank or whatever the fuck his name is.
All right, this is 28th. We're on 28th and 26th.
The fuck is Ray DeVito doing narrating this video?
We're going to go on a tour of all the places in Minneapolis.
See, now this looks like a guy who would say, yeah, you go into the city, you know. You only get mugged if you go downtown. So I don't, it's going to be biased as fuck. But okay, go ahead.
That they won't show you on the news and that no one is talking about.
That's because that's where all the crime and the murder and the robbing and the stabbing is. Nobody goes there except the people who have to live there. So I don't know. Already I don't like these kinds of videos because they just go, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the most dog shitty places possible in this fucking city and show you how dog shit this city is. This is basically confirmation bias porn, I'mRight.com shit. All right, go ahead, buddy. You go ahead and go to the shittiest places possible and then tell me that this city is just fucking terrible. Go ahead.
Let's go. Slow down.
Yeah, that looks like shit. That looks like garbage. And if you ran a proper city, you would tear all that shit down, throw it in a dumpster, and either arrest those people or tell them to go somewhere else. But again, you purposely picked the absolute worst places, showed that, and said, oh, yep, total thing's a shithole. And let me tell you something. If there was anything worthwhile in this part of the city would not stand for this, and they would not let it happen. But guess what? I'm guessing there's a lot of shut down businesses. I'm guessing there's a lot of closed down factories, and nobody in Minneapolis gives a flying fuck about this place anymore. Okay, yes, this part of Minneapolis is fucking disgusting, and I wish the cops would clean it out. Absolutely. But is this really, look how bad Minnesota's gotten? No. So now for 2 minutes, he just sits there like an autistic kid with a camera and just goes, tense, homeless.
How's life treating you out here?
Like a bitch, but you know, I can't.
It's got to be hard, dude.
I can't complain, you feel me? I'm only 19 years old.
You're 19 years old?
Yes, sir.
How long you been here?
I live with my mom, my brother, my sister.
Do you live in this encampment? Where do you live?
Over north. But addiction is crazy, and it's kind of hard to get out of.
So he's talking to some guy with a drug problem who lives with his mom in North Minneapolis. And this guy's clearly tweaking. And this guy does this and shoots this shit for 15 minutes and then goes, see, look what a shithole it is. All right, how about you film this same video on a Sunday at 11 a.m., the day of a Vikings game at US Bank Stadium? And, like, the blocks and blocks of bars around it. Go ahead. And then, like, just hold your wallet up in your right hand. And just hold it there. And you'll stand there for your 15 minutes and you'll make your video. And guess what? Your wallet will still be in your hand when the video's done. Would you make that video and then go, wow, look at how great Minneapolis is. What a city. No, I'm getting tired of this confirmation bias shit. Like, you want to quote statistics? You want to show me empirical evidence that shit's getting worse? Absolutely, we can do that. But when you got cities like Chicago and San Francisco and Los Angeles and New York City and all these other places where shit really is getting worse statistically, spare me your fucking You're still pissed about the way the George Floyd thing went down, and 4 years later, you want to rub Minnesota's nose in it. Compared to these other large cities, we're doing okay. And look, does Minneapolis have shithole areas? Absolutely, and I'd like to see them fixed. But I'm getting a little tired of the constant drum beating, and maybe it's because I live in central Minnesota and I got to listen to ignorant hillbillies say shit like, if you go down to Minneapolis, you're going to get shot or stabbed. Shut the fuck up. I can't take that shit. First of all, if you end up in Tent Cityville in Minneapolis, that's kind of on you. You know what my favorite city to visit is in the entire world? You know where I love more than anything since I was 21 years old and I went there for the first time? Las Vegas. Love Las Vegas. I absolutely adore it. I love going to a lounge. I love going to the Monte Cristo cigar bar, having a cigar and an old fashioned, and then playing some craps, sitting down at the sports book, having dinner. I love it. It's a great town. You're never bored. But there are certain places I will not walk around because you're taking a risk. Now, could you probably walk through that place and nothing will happen to you? Probably. But you're taking a risk, and I'd rather not take the risk. Same thing with every other city. Now, you want to show me the stats that say stabbings are up, shootings are up, this is up, that's totally fine, totally cool. But to make a 15-minute YouTube video where you go, yeah, look, I filmed a tweaker. Hey, look, I filmed a tent city. Hey, look. Well, my conclusion is this city is shit. Like I said, these cities are what you make them. If you want to go out and have a nice dinner and go to a bar and hang out with your friends in Minneapolis, you're going to have a great time. May I recommend the gay 90s and stripper clothing stores? No, I'm just kidding. No, have a nice time like a grown-up. Don't be a 14-year-old coomer, please. But you can have yourself a good time, or you can go hang out at the tent city, which I think says more about you than it does about the city itself. Mr. Panhandler with $2 says, how many pounds did you put on last week? 4? No, I'm actually down 4. I got a little heavy, and then I came down, but thank you. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says he's biased, coming from the guy who grew up in the rich part of the cities and only goes to the Viking Stadium and the mall. Yes! By the way, the mall's in Bloomington. It's not in Minneapolis. But yes! Like I said, these cities are what you make them. You're going, this coming from the... By the way, I didn't grow up on the rich side of the cities. That's the south side. I was a north side kid. I was in Shoreview, Minnesota. Not hurting, certainly, but more working class suburbs of Minneapolis and St. Paul. Technically a suburb of St. Paul. But it's the southern suburbs. Here's where you want to live. If you want to live in the rich parts of the Minneapolis-St. Paul suburbs. Apple Valley, Lakeville, Edina, Chanhassen, Chaska, Eden Prairie, parts of Bloomington. But like Lakeville, Apple Valley, Edina, Chaska. Those are your rich people places. Shoreview, we still got a little bit of grit to us for white boys in the suburb. I'm just kidding. We're fucking pussies too. But not as bad as those, southern suburbs fags. Dr. Silverwolf with another $2 says, you're the opposite of this guy's coin. Well, see, the two of us together could make a video, and then by the end of it, you've got yourself an accurate depiction of the city of Minneapolis. Yes, thank you, Chips and Diff. Egan. Did I not say Egan? Okay. Yeah, Egan is another one. Aaron's Box says, how about hanging outside of the church where polycule families go? And yeah, don't hang out there. Well, you can hang out there now. Apparently, it's very safe. They've cleaned up the riffraff, apparently. Chevrolet JB says, I grew up in a trailer in Chaska. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, but now, look, again, we can tell every city has that part of it. But Chaska is very, very nice. Chaska is very, very nice. I promise. It's very nice. Eagle of America says, so you're basically saying it's great if you ignore the bad stuff. Right. That is exactly what I'm saying, is that if you ignore the bad stuff, it's great. All right, let's see what we've got here.
Call from
Cowboat.
What?
To accept, press 1.
Is this the Cowpote?
Yes, it is.
What's going on, buddy? Long time. We haven't heard from you.
I'm going to the Lowry Tunnel. I'm heading out to Ascani for the A job. I gotta bring some stuff out here in a brand new 2025 truck. Got to break it in, so
wow.
Gotta bring it out there, and they run it through its paces. We got about 20 new trucks, so
how have
they
things,
want me to run out.
How have things been, buddy?
Been fine, I had a good Thanksgiving. Went down. I missed $11,000 poly card. I had Arizona. I had all the games. I had all 16 games picked for $11,000, and you guys won, and Indy won. Otherwise, it was $11,000. But other than that, I got all poly cards. But yeah, life's good. Good Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's right.
What can you ask for?
That's right. You're not I was gonna sit here and talk Vikings with you, but I forgot you're a fucking.
Go ahead. I don't care.
No, you're a communist Cowboys fan. I forgot about that.
No, you can still talk Vikings. You guys have a good chance. You got Indiana Jones is in town now. And as a Crusade, making $16,000 a week to be on the practice squad. Good gig if you can get it.
I tell you what, man, we got Kirk's coming back. We're gonna finish Kirk's career off for him, and we're gonna get to 11-2. The Lions are gonna lose to the Packers, and we're gonna be okay.
Right. Oh, we'll see what happens. You guys are gonna have to, do some ass kicking. So
right.
I mean, who knows? We'll see what happens. Get to Smelly City. Who knows?
I don't know if you were listening to the show and that's why you called in, but we were going through the nice parts of the suburbs and the shitty suburbs of Minnesota. I grew up in the north suburbs, which are more the working class suburbs like Shoreview and shit like that. And I told everybody if you want to be in the rich people's suburbs, you got to go south, like Lakeville, Apple Valley, Edina, Chaska, places like that.
Minnetonka. I live in the poor side of Minnetonka. Yep. Eden Prairie. Yep.
Minnetonka, absolutely.
Hopkins is the ghetto. You don't want to go there.
Oh, don't go.
It's the ghetto. I'm on the border.
Don't go to Hopkins. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, we were just trying to educate people because they're like, oh man, Minneapolis is a shithole. I said, no, Minneapolis is what you make it. You go to the nice places, it's going to be nice. You go to the shitty places, it's going to be shitty.
Yeah, but there's nothing going on nothing in Minneapolis. It's the white flight. People are leaving. Brooklyn dark. You don't go out at dark time. You're going to get shot. I mean,
we called it Crooklyn dark when we were growing up.
Yeah, well, it's not the best, man. Brooklyn Park isn't too bad. Brooklyn Center is a whole different kettle of fish. But that's why people have moved to Chaska because the buses don't go out there. So the criminals can't go out there. That's why the Taste in Minnesota was out there for a couple of years because the criminals couldn't go out there. The Taste of Minnesota should be in the state fairgrounds. That's what it should be at.
Yeah, I agree. Well,
that way you have more room.
Cowpote, I appreciate you calling in, buddy. It's good to hear from you.
Real question. So you want to get back into real radio?
Yes.
I will get in before. I will blow you if you get in. There's not a chance you'll get in real radio.
But I'm talking to radio companies.
It's not that tough of a job. I mean, getting fired from real radio is like getting fired from Burger King. Okay, it's not that tough. I just listen to 93X right now. I get it. You want to get back in, but your past is too checkered. I'm sorry.
No, my past is not too checkered. I'm a controversial former number one rated host. I'm what radio needs right now.
Insane cloud.
Yeah, and I was on my way up. I haven't peaked yet. So I think what's going to happen here, Cowpote, is Stern hit his stride in his 40s. Bernard hit his stride in his 40s. Opie and Anthony hit their stride in their 40s. I'm not even in my 40s yet. We're ready to take this. I'm ready to save the industry.
Oh, please. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
I have a better chance to get a 93X the morning than you do. I mean, they need to push it again. I know you got to go to the government. They need to push that east for you to be this Mr. Popularity.
Got to push it east and south and east. They got to push it.
Yeah.
All right.
And then they can be the Twin Cities. I did listen to Lastman on the way up to.
It's fucking terrible. It's terrible.
He is unlistenable. He is unlistenable. I was disappointed.
I told him
behavior.
I told him, Cowpote, I said I'd go on for free. You give me 10 live read spots to sell, I'll make a killing and you'll have huge ratings.
If I took a couple of days off, would you let me host with you, come up to your place and host with you in your premises in the morning? Would you, for free? I don't need to get paid. Would you let me host with you in your place, in your basement? Yes or no?
100% yes.
All right. I want to call up someday and just go do 2 shows with you in your basement. I think that'd be epic as hell.
I think it would be great. Cowpote, thank you very much for calling, buddy. I appreciate it. You're welcome anytime.
All right, have a happy, Merry Christmas, and I pray for April every day. Hope she gets through her stuff, all right?
Yeah, don't we all?
I know. 8 out of 10. Be good.
Thank you, buddy. Bye. Ciao. What a fag. That was Cowpote, boys and girls. I did not expect that. We haven't heard from Cowpote in a coon's age. 2:05 away from today. We got 30 minutes to get this thing to $100. What do you say? Red Fox Mad says, Aaron, you forgot Maple Grove. Yeah, Maple Grove's kind of northwest suburbs, isn't it? It's out there a ways. 199 from Red Fox Mad. Maple Grove is my favorite. Maple Grove's probably my favorite, what do you call it? My favorite suburb, for sure. No, Chad Buzamak, you did not get banned. The audience wanted to go to members only today, and I said, if you go $50 in the next 10, 15 minutes, I'll go members only, and they did. So they worked it. Dive Bar says, Aaron, Chow made him gay, not the I'll blow you thing. Well, that was... The I'll blow you thing was more of like a challenge. I don't know if that was necessarily gay. It was a bet. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, wow, Aaron, that's a win-win scenario for you. Either you get a new radio job or a Hummer from a dude for the first time in months. I do miss having a guy who would suck my dick on the regular. Although when I check online every once in a while, he's still lapping my asshole. So I guess, look, front or back, which one do you want? It's all a matter of opinion. Cheeseburger Pie says, what do you call Brooklyn Park underwater? Coon Rapids. See, now that's racist. That's you know what that is? That's tasteless. That's tasteless. 2:05 away from today. Throw in a couple of bucks. Let's finish this thing off. We've got, look at how tight that race is in the Chad Buzamak donor ratings. We got Gray Duckling at 140. Well, no, Gray Duckling is now at 145. Steph at 120, 2.0 at 110, and Riding Dirty at 100. So this is, it's tight. And then you got Red Fox Mad at 80. You got Trucker 18 Wheeler at 80. You got people looking like they're still in the hunt for the top 5 donors for this week. Thank you very, very much. All right, let's move on. We've got, you guys remember Taylor Lorenz? You remember the chick who doxed libs of TikTok and then thought she was doing this really noble, amazing thing and like outing racists and white supremacists. And then it turns out it was just some Jew broad being conservative. And everybody just started shitting on her. And then Taylor Lorenz gave a perfect example of how not to handle the internet. Now, if you catch shit on the internet, just laugh it off, have a good time, go live your real life, and then the internet can sit there and seethe, and it'll drive them nuts, and you'll have a great time. Taylor Lorenz decided to fight back and battle the internet and be serious. There's nothing worse you can do online when people start giving you shit than to take their criticism seriously and start trying to fight back. It's retarded. Because first of all, the people who are criticizing you probably don't have a lot going on. If they've got enough time on their hands to like aggressively hate Taylor Lorenz, I don't care if their political opinion is correct. It's kind of pathetic. But the minute you go, you can't hurt my feelings, you're a bunch of haters and I don't like you guys, and you start listing why you're worthy, like you start defending yourself to them, it's over. Do what I do. Fucking goof on them. They're sadder than you. Even if you're Taylor Lorenz, they're sadder than you. Poke fun at them, don't take them seriously, and they'll seethe at you for days. That's their thing. And then you win. But we got people like Taylor Lorenz, and she is 50. So she maybe is a little out of touch, but she's like a tech reporter. So she's got to be like hip and with it. But she's 50 years old, and she still continues to respond to internet hatred as though these people are real. Taylor Lorenz is now on Blue Sky, which if you don't know what Blue Sky is, apparently it is like the liberal answer to Twitter. Like, remember when Biden won the White House and then Rumble and Gab and what was the one Corey preached about forever and ever? I don't even think it's around anymore. What was that social media thing that he said was the next big deal? There was Gab. God damn it, man. I can't even remember what it was. Well, Taylor Lorenz joined Blue Sky because now the lefties need a place to go. They need a safe space. And so they've created Blue Sky. Apparently with this Blue Sky, they're having a serious problem with CP. Apparently it's becoming a place where all the molesters hang out, is on Blue Sky. It's got a serious problem with it. And it's also got a serious problem with, like, remember when the Republicans were trying to make their social media stuff and they started making places where, like, we don't ban anybody. You can say whatever the fuck you want, blah, blah. Well, the left is making the opposite. They're like, we're going to report everybody. We're going to ban everybody. And that's what they're doing. Like, these lefties get in fights and they had like a record number of, they're breaking the record every day for like people reporting each other for offensive language. It's a goddamn disaster. But this Taylor Lorenz was on Blue Sky, and this is why I think we should maybe only have Twitter, because people can come up with really dumb shit on Blue Sky and nobody checks it. Like, Taylor Lorenz in December of 2024 is now writing editorials on Blue Sky as to why we need to still be wearing masks. This is not a joke. She is, and she came up with a term for it that everyone seems to be making fun of, and it really crossed over into the other social media places. Before we get to that, no, not Parler. It wasn't Parler that Corey was a big fan of. Corey had another one. I'll give Corey credit. He found like a really out there one, and he picked it, and he said, this is going to be the one. And I can't remember what it was. I got one, and there was like nobody on it. By the way, Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, I deliver gas in the cities, and Brooklyn Center is really the only place I get nervous. Really, I always thought Brooklyn Park was worse. Zenman builds with $5. Thank you, Zenman. You're at $70 now. You're looking to creep into that top echelon. Says, what's that you say? All the Democrats gather on a social media site and all the CP ends up there? The hell you say, right? Approachable with $1 says, come on, people. It's time to have a white whale rally. It's around $550 in a little less than an hour and a half to force Aaron to watch gay porn. Oh, man. $200 away from today's goal. An even $200, boys and girls. Keep throwing in. Let's knock it out in the next 20 minutes. Let's get down to $100. No, not Gilded. Not people keep guessing Parlor. It's not Parlor. Thank you, Bone Cold. MeWe. That's what it was. MeWe. That's the thing. MeWe was the thing that Corey recommended to people. Butt Cheese got it too. Well, Butt Cheese too. Bone Cold and Butt Cheese in the morning helping me out. So this Taylor Lorenz goes on Blue Sky. And you know, I'm torn because either we just need to have Twitter so these people can be mocked, or maybe we do need to have a successful Blue Sky and a successful Twitter because the juxtaposition is too rich. I'm not sure where I fall yet. But this was Taylor Lorenz on Blue Sky. And this is what liberals talk about when we're not around. Planning a COVID safe book launch took months and thousands of my own dollars, ensuring testing, outdoor space, far UV lights, and a litany of other precautions. And again, check the date. This is December 2nd, 2024. This is not 4 years ago. She's planning. She wrote a book apparently, and she had to have a book launch, but she had to make sure it was COVID safe. Really? Did you check it for cholera and dysentery? Did you check it for typhus and diphtheria? Polio, perhaps? I just, other diseases that are passé and nobody gives a fuck about anymore. Just making sure that you checked for all of them. Meanwhile, you dumb fucks are out raw dogging the air and spewing your disease-laden breath all over your elderly neighbors. We are not the same. Taylor, sweetheart, there is one thing that all of us watching my show right now and reading your status are very proud of, and that is that us and you are not the same. Imagine the kind of person you'd have to be to not only still give a fuck if you're going out with a mask on and getting COVID anymore, but also being mad at people who don't as if they're unreasonable. And raw dogging that's the term that everybody really shit on her for, was saying, you guys are out there raw dogging the air. Now, technically, raw dogging the air means that you're humping the air. You're fucking it without a condom. She's basically calling the mask a condom, and if you take your mask off, you're raw dog. Ma'am, I know you're 50, and I know you're probably a little out of touch, but raw dogging the air, no, that doesn't work. I know you're on Blue Sky, and talking about fucking inappropriate things is probably very popular there, but you don't need to go that far to impress these people. Jesus. You guys are raw dogging the air, you pieces of shit. No, we're not fucking the air and coming in it. I promise you, that's not what we're doing. That wasn't her only post about it, by the way. She then, because again, remember, Taylor Lorenz likes to take on the internet when the internet criticizes her. I love when people find photos where my mask is off for 5 seconds outside a photo for a photo at my book party, where every single attendee had to PCR test as some kind of gotcha. They're fucking with you. Either fuck with them back or ignore it. Either way, you're going to drive them insane. Internet hate is so easy to beat. I've been doing it for years. It's very simple. Either mock them for being silly and obsessive or ignore them. You're going to get the same reaction out of them anyway. They're going to lose their shit. But you can't. And that's why you get picked on. Why do I get picked on so much? Why do people pick on me and find photos? Because they know they're going to get a reaction out of you. Remember when you had cousins and you were like 10, and if you were sensitive, they would keep picking on you? That's the internet. They're all 10-year-olds. They're very easy to manipulate. They're retarded. If they weren't retarded, they'd have something better to do than go through your photos. God damn it, Taylor. That's the win. You've got a bunch of Down syndrome people digging through your photos. That's the creepy part. Stop it there. Don't get all butthurt and mad because they found a few with your mask off. Who gives a shit? Like, yeah, high-risk people could safely remove their masks for photos now and then if every event/public space had those precautions. Hey, Taylor, it's 4 years now. We're done with COVID. And not only that, if like you continuing to do like the COVID thing is going to get you continuously made fun of. So if you're wondering why you're getting mocked and you don't like it, then cut out the COVID shit. And if you're not going to cut out the COVID shit, then just shut the fuck up and take the criticism that comes with it. Because as Artie Lang once said on the Howard Stern show, you said something retarded. We're goofing on you because you said something retarded. That's normal. She didn't stop there. Oh boy, the MAGA weirdos and COVID denialists. What? I keep checking the bottom of these Blue Sky rants to make sure that these aren't from 4 years ago. It's amazing. I'm severely immunocompromised. Oh, Taylor, Down syndrome does not make you more dangerous for COVID. I am in and out of the hospital constantly because I have the immune system of someone going through chemo. Fingers crossed. The pandemic is ongoing. Wear a mask and stop harassing disabled people. How am I supposed to make fun of Patrick Melton if I can't harass disabled people? The guy has to have a bedpan during his show because he's too fat to get up and shit. That's a disability. I can't make fun of that. Well, then the world ain't worth saving. We ought to leave this world behind. So Taylor Lorenz is still going on COVID. She's worried about COVID. She doesn't want people to get sick. She wants everybody wearing their masks. God damn. Zenman Build says, Aaron, she's 40, not 50. She said in a post the other day that she was 50. That she was about 50. Well, now my whole world has turned upside down. I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there, tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air. All right, guys, we are an even 200 away from today's goal. Let's get generous. Let's get crazy. Let's get overly donery to steel toe. Pretend we need kidneys. Holy shit, is this real? Has the revolution started? United Healthcare CEO. United Healthcare CEO assassinated in Manhattan. Holy shit. They say it's a targeted attack. So it was like this someone who had like United Healthcare and like they had a loved one who needed treatment and they were denied. And so they decided to shoot this guy and if so, I only have one question. Anybody mad at the banks? Is this the start of the revolution? Is it beginning? Have they started the revolution without me? This is breaking news. This was 3 minutes ago. We got this story.
Town where a man has been shot on 54th Street at 6th Avenue, right outside the Hilton.
Is that Kurt Menefee? Fucking Kurt Menefee doing the news in New York and the pregame show?
Hotel.
All right, and sadly, we are getting more information. According to the New York Post, the CEO of United Health was the person who they believe was targeted. We're not going to release his name right now. I don't know if next of kin.
What a fucking idiot. Hey guys, look. United Healthcare CEO might have been shot and killed. We're not going to give out his name right now because that would be an invasion of privacy. Oh, fuck, these people are dumb. Now, these are the people we trust to keep us informed. The CEO of United Healthcare, we're not going to say his name. That's like the starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. We're not going to say who was robbed today. Jesus Christ, go back. I want to hear that 15 times.
We're not going to release his name. Health was the person who, according to the New York Post, the CEO of United Health was the person who they believe was targeted. We're not going to release his name right now. I don't know if next of kin has been talked to.
Oh. The host of Shark Tank, who used to own the Dallas Mavericks, was injured today. We're not going to give out his name.
But we are hearing they believe was targeted. CEO of United Health was the person who they believe was targeted. We're not going to release his name right now. I don't know if next of kin has been talked to, but we are hearing it's somebody with the United Health.
You know what I think happened there? You can hear her speech continuity change. I'm thinking the producers were yelling in her ear. They were going, "Don't fucking say who it is. They haven't notified next of kin. You're going to scare the fuck out of these people. Do not say who the fuck it was. What is your goddamn problem?" Because she went from like reporting the news, telling you how it is, to then all of a sudden she's kind of hemming and hawing and shit like that. I'm thinking somebody might have been in her ear. Go back.
At the scene this week to the New York Post, the CEO of United Health was the person who they believe was targeted. We're not going to release his name right now. I don't know if next of kin has been talked to, but we are hearing it's somebody with the United Health. Dan Bowens at the scene this morning. What are you hearing?
Rosanna and Kurt, we just got confirmation from the NYPD that this victim, this man who was shot outside of the Hilton Hotel here on 54th Street, 6th Avenue, Midtown, has died. And that suspect this morning still on the run, still not in custody. The investigation still very much underway.
That would be really interesting to find out why this guy did it. They said it was a targeted attack. And you know, do we have like a John Q situation going on here where this guy had a relative maybe who had cancer and United Health said, well, we're not going to cover the treatments, and then his loved one dies? That's kind of one of those stories where I'm not saying people would condone what he did, but there would definitely be a little bit of sympathy for the guy, kind of like maybe a Killdozer situation where, you know, shit doesn't really change in this country unless CEOs get nervous. You're not going to see changes to healthcare unless these CEOs think that they're in danger or their money's in danger. Same thing with, politicians. A lot of politicians until they start to feel the pinch. A lot of times there's no urgency and things don't change. So this will be really, when they catch this guy, if they catch this guy, it'll be really interesting to know why he did it.
Want to go through the details very quickly as we know them. Fox 5, Good Day New York, first on the scene. We saw as officers attempted to give this man CPR, those desperate moments. But again, this victim, the man who was shot in the chest, has died. This all happened.
Not much you can do if a guy's chest is leaking out. I mean, you can do CPR, you can do all that stuff. If a guy's, they blew a hole in his heart, there's not much you're going to be able to do.
About 6:45 in the morning outside of the Hilton Hotel right off 6th Avenue. The suspect described as a 6-foot-tall man with a slim build, possibly wearing a cream-colored jacket, black gloves. He took off northbound on 6th.
Did they say, that bothers the shit out of me. No race, nothing. We're so politically correct that we'll tell you what clothes he was wearing, which he can change immediately. But we can't tell you any physical defining characteristics that people might find offensive.
6th Avenue. People who witnessed this situation, there were actually 2 or 3 people who saw it. They said that it appeared that this suspect was waiting for hours, maybe overnight, outside of the Hilton, possibly targeting this victim. It's unclear potentially how these two know each other, what the backstory is here, all part of the investigation this morning. But again, we can confirm that this individual who was shot in the chest has died, and we're hearing, as you mentioned, Rosanna, that it is someone who may be a high-profile individual with United Healthcare.
Guys, you already fucked this part up. Just say the CEO of United Healthcare. You fucked this up. It's the CEO of United Healthcare who was targeted in the attack. We're not going to tell you his name.
And the identity of this victim still to come later on this morning, possibly, or throughout the rest of the day. Rosanna and Kurt, back inside to you.
Oh, that is Kurt Menefee. I didn't know Kurt Menefee did the local news in New York City. I was of the idea that he did the Fox pregame show, and that was how he made his money. Suicide Jockey with $10 says these people love being obedient because that's the only thing they're good at. Talking about Taylor Lorenz. Thank you very much for the $10. Hey guys, 190 away from today's goal. Keep it going. Hey, 5 minutes. Let's go on a $90 run. And let's get down to that $100 by 9 o'clock. Thank you very much for your generosity. 190 away from today's goal, and we got plenty of shit for overtime. I got a lot of stories today. You guys have been throwing in a lot of things, so we're not nearly as far as we usually are at this point. You guys have been throwing us some pretty good stuff. Throw us a couple of bucks. We appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. And thanks again. Oh, guess what? We're opening up our 7 o'clock hour stories. And in our 7 o'clock hour stories today, we have our Chad Buzamak view clip of the day. Yes. Who doesn't love their Chad Buzamak clip of the day from The View? 190 away from today. Everybody throw in 5 or 10, or, hey, you see how close this shit is. If you're in that top 4, getting to that number 1 spot is in reach for all of you. And Red Fox and Zen Man and Trucker, they're all between 70 and 80 also. This is a pretty tight rate. Dive Bar's in there at $60. This is, someone says fucking ads. I'm out. You know what? I'm going to change the ad settings on this. Here's what I'm going to do. Can I pause? Customization. Monetization. And I'm going to, I have it set to let YouTube insert mid-rolls for you, and I have it set to conservative. But that's, apparently that's not working. Apparently, I've seen probably 3 or 4 people complain about ads. Let's go to edit. Let's go to customize. I'm going to fix this for you guys. Let's go choose how mid-rolls appear, and I will insert them manually. And then I'll just say that we're not inserting them. Boom. Problem solved. There you go, boys and girls. Sorry for any inconvenience that setting caused today. Now, maybe if you refresh, or maybe you can just go and it's fine now. TV's Will Heron says usually the victim will tell the authorities their name, or they will find it in his ID. After they tell the family, they release the name. I know, but Will Heron, wouldn't you agree that it's retarded for the news to go, the CEO of United Healthcare has been shot and killed, and then go, but we're not going to say his name. Well, you just did. It's not like there's, if you say a guy named John Smith got murdered today in New York, I mean, that doesn't give it away. There's a lot of John Smiths. But it's not like there's 10,000 CEOs of United Healthcare in New York City. There's a guy. TV's Will Heron says you can't say their name until the officials say the name or you can get sued. No. I know that. I took journalism classes in college and everything. I'm aware of that. What I'm saying is it's stupid to say United Healthcare CEO. I'm not saying it's dumb for them not to say the name. I know they can't. I'm saying it's dumb for them to say United Healthcare CEO was shot and killed. That's like saying famous quarterback who wore number 4 for the Packers has been shot and killed. We're not going to say his name. Jesus. Plankton says United Healthcare is legit evil as fuck. Are they? Are they bad news? No kiss of life for that guy? Yeah, I don't think he's going to make it. I don't think he's going to make it. Brian Thompson was his name, according to NBC New York. Yeah, you're allowed to say it now. I think they've identified everybody, but it's just fucking stupid to sit there and go, oh, United Healthcare CEO was killed, and but that we're not going to say who. Let's keep it anonymous. I didn't have this before the end of the year. The Village People apparently they're upset that people are calling one of their songs gay. I didn't know it was supposed to be a secret. I didn't know that the Village People's gayness in their songs was supposed to be something we, kept hush-hush, but apparently so. Village People singer denies that YMCA is a gay anthem. Well, no, YMCA isn't the gay anthem. YMCA is kind of a child molester anthem. Well, I mean, come on. It's a bunch of aggressively gay dudes singing about how a young man can go somewhere and take a shower. It's very Patrick Melton-esque. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. There's still a few Melton fans left in the YouTube chat. I really want to apologize to you guys. First of all, thanks for being paying members of the show. I forgot to tell you. You might not know that. Maybe you've been gone a while. I didn't tell you. Patrick Melton really enjoys talking about fucking children publicly. Sorry. That's what you like. Sorry about that. Tridio with $2. They don't like when I talk about that. Tridio with $2 says the CEO was testing his Canadian healthcare program. That's some very hands-on experimentation, I gotta say. So the Village People are denying that the YMCA is a gay anthem, and they're defending Trump's use of the song. Yeah, guys, these people want to let you know that their songs don't have anything to do with being emo. They want you to respect their very masculine image and not try to make everything a gay thing. Village People YMCA has served as Donald Trump's go-to theme song for the last several years. But that's not true. It's been Lee Greenwood, God bless the USA. They've used them interchangeably. Where the president-elect even has his own choreographed dance to accompany it. Oh, is that the dance that all the football players are doing? In a new Facebook post, by the way, that new dance is called elbow Trevor Lawrence in the head as hard as you can when he foot first slides. By the way, people are defending that guy. The guy went in, dove, had his forearm out, and clocked Trevor Lawrence as he was sliding right in the head. People are trying to argue, it was a bang-bang play. Come on. I'm not saying like he did it on purpose, like I'm going to hit Trevor Lawrence in the head and I'm going to knock him out of the game. But he certainly didn't try to pull up. So I think you got aggressive trying to make a play and he knocked the guy's fucking head off when he wasn't supposed to. I think the suspension is fair. I think if they fine him, that's fair, and him being thrown out of the game and flagged was fair. But Village People founding member and songwriter Victor Willis defended Trump's use of the song while also firmly denying any gay connotations that you may come to associate with the anthem over the years. Yeah, guys, how dare you say that the YMCA made a shitload of gay anthems? Besides, that's Queen's job. Willis said he initially asked Trump to cease playing YMCA because he thought Trump was too gay. No, he received complaints from fans, and it became a nuisance to him. However, the Trump campaign knew they had obtained a political use license from BMI, and absent that license being terminated, they had every right to continue using YMCA, and they did. So that means that the Trump campaign was paying BMI, and BMI sends checks to the Village People when they draw money. So when the Village People found out they were getting paid, they all of a sudden liked it. Pakistan with 199 says, R.I.P. I didn't know he had taken ill. The United CEO. Yeah, he died from a broken heart. God damn. Besides, Willis explained that Trump seems to genuinely like YMCA, and he's having a lot of fun with it. Why wouldn't he? He's kind of gay. And I simply didn't have the heart to prevent his... are we making fun of the United Health CEO again? Didn't have the heart. That's real nice. Timing, fuckface. To prevent his continued use of my song in the face of so many artists withdrawing his use of their material. So I told my wife to inform BMI to not withdraw the Trump campaign political use license. Willis also acknowledged the financial benefit, noting that he stands to make several $1 million. Holy shit, really? Due to Trump's continued use of the song? Nice. Yeah, then I definitely understand why they wouldn't want him to stop using the song. Why, if you're going to make a shitload of money, who gives a shit about the guy's politics? You know, that's nice to see from an artist, because we've heard enough from actors and actresses and singers like, if I don't like them, if I don't like their politics, I don't want them using my shit. I love that the Village People just went, fuck it, are we getting paid? Let them use this song. That's the spirit. That's the capitalist drive. It's probably the construction worker who talked him into it. You know, he seems like the capitalist one of the group. Definitely wasn't the Indian. Dive Bar with $5 says, I doubt the complaints came from fans. Yeah, I don't think so either. Well, certainly not Trump fans for sure. Thank you, Dive Bar, for the $5. That puts you at 65 for the week. Thank you very much. Hey, and boys and girls, that also puts us 185 from knocking out today's goal. Let's go. Let's get it done. Let's do this thing and get it all knocked out. Oh, no. Someone's calling this Bedabbler Network guy a homosexual in the chat. That's not very kind. He comes in here. He's a big fan. He comes to hang out with the Steel Toe crowd. And you guys go ahead and call him gay. I'm defending him. Be nice. Be nice. 185 away from today. Hammer it out. Let's call it another win for the Toe. Everybody throw in a few bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. And we'll do this thing. We got about 55 minutes left. Let's do it. This is probably my favorite one today. This is my favorite story. It's just a silly one. It's dumb. It's nothing political. It's nothing like social, anything like that. This is just a dumb guy. Let's do this one.
It's a lot of fun.
Shop with a Cop is designed to be fun and at the same time help provide presents for children.
When you get
Aw, isn't that nice? The Shop with a Cop event. So you go out with a cop, you go shopping, it rhymes, and you get to go get kids a bunch of Christmas presents. That sounds like fun. How could anybody fuck this up?
Interact with kids of all ages, from toddlers and babies all the way
All
up.
right, so we're banning Patrick Melton from this event, along with his listeners, just to be safe. I don't think you can condone that kind of thing without kind of being a fan of it.
To young teens.
Sorry.
On Sunday, this River Forest Walmart parking lot on Iron Bridge Road was packed with marked cars. And on the inside,
Between the Sheriff's Department and police officers, about 50 uniformed personnel at the store.
By the way, is anybody hearing a little Frankie McDonald in this guy's voice? Listen again one more time. I'm hearing a little bit of Frankie in this guy.
Between the Sheriff's Department and police officers, about 50 uniformed personnel at the store.
Like, have him yell that at an obnoxious volume and be a little faster with his speech and make him talk about the weather, and that might be Frankie.
Between the Sheriff's Department and police officers.
Between the Sheriff's Department and we got 75-mile-per-hour winds for Sydney, Nova Scotia. Little Frankie.
About 50 uniformed personnel at the store.
just like every year, the police officers and sheriff's deputies split up with the kids to start shopping all over the store.
Aw, that's such a nice event. It doesn't sound like anyone would do anything utterly retarded at all.
Only this past Sunday turned out a little different from years past.
This year we added a little flair to it.
As Shop with a Cop was in full swing,
A member of the staff at Walmart came up to us and informed us that they had a shoplifting in progress inside the store.
Dude, not only are you robbing a Walmart, which says everything about you we need to know, not only are you robbing a Walmart, you're also robbing a Walmart that's full of police officers. Not only that, there's probably another Walmart or Target in your town. You know all of the cops are over at this Shop with a Cop event, and you choose to go into the one where all the police... This is retarded on so many different levels.
a quick look at security cameras.
We were able to see on video the suspect as he was concealing merchandise, and then he began making...
What you should really charge him for is robbing that extra chromosome he was born with.
His way towards the exit.
With officers en masse, they went looking for the man suspected of shoplifting.
As we approached from different directions, he tried to escape out the back of the store where he was apprehended.
Police say the
Who was he apprehended by? Was it one of the dozens and dozens of uniformed police officers with marked cars in the parking lot of the Walmart he was stealing from? Oh, almost got away with it.
Suspect,
I think he was stunned.
Shocked by being surrounded.
15 officers at that point.
32-year-old.
Him's a grumpers. Oh, him's grumpy because he got caught being tarted. Oh. He got the pouty lips. Better tuck that thing in. Gonna get it caught on a tripwire. He pouty because he wanted a free TV during Christmas time and the cops got him. Dude, you tell that story exactly the way it happened, you're so getting fucked in the ass. You know, for the goof.
Hector Valley.
Pakistan with 199 says it's more high-pitched Mike than Frankie McDonald. I hate to disagree with you, Pakistan, and thanks for the 199, but high-pitched Mike, he has more. I can't do it. But he has more of a raspiness to it. I'll go back. Let's see.
Police say the suspect,
I think he was stunned.
Shocked by being surrounded.
15 officers at that point.
32.
You know what? No, I hear you. I hear you. You throw a little gravel in there. That's high-pitched Mike. You're right.
15 officers at that point.
32-year-old.
And him so mad because we got all the free stuff and he had a list and he was going to get it all and then you were mean to him. Yeah.
Old Hector Valaquez Maldonado of Chesterfield County taken into custody. And in the process, officers learned he was wanted for failure to appear on another shoplifting case.
What I'm saying is maybe you should find a new line of work. Being a criminal you don't seem to be very good at it. Maybe you should find something else to do. Yeah, well, what you know about it, Capone?
And that's not all.
He does have other open cases here in Chesterfield as well for larceny.
So this guy just can't stop robbing. He just can't stop stealing. That's like one of those things where like a psychiatrist would analyze you. And if they found out that you robbed a Walmart while there was an event where dozens of cops were there, they would diagnose. They'd be like, well, you wanted to get caught. Like you did. Well, no, I mean, did I want to get caught or am I just a dipshit? Both of those are fair questions. Miss Tay with $5 says he's getting coal in his sack this year. If he was a kid, he'd be getting fucking Krampus. That's what would happen. Thank you very much for that $5. 180 away from knocking out today's goal. Thank you guys very much. We appreciate your support. Keep it going. Let's get that 180 hammered out in the next 45 minutes and call it another win for the toe. Thank you. And thank you to all the people who contributed at the beginning of the show to turn the YouTube chat members only. Let's finish that up and make it a total win. I am not under any illusions that this guy's going to find the straight and narrow after literally walking into the arms of police officers while he's trying to rob a Walmart. I want to see what kind of streak he can put together here. And boy, I tell you, we are really tough on crime across this country because this guy has multiple larceny offenses, doesn't show up for his court dates, and he's just still walking around. Just walking around free as a bird, stealing shit on the daily. That's the other thing. How many times did he get away with it? Hard to believe as stupid as he is, but there had to be a couple of times. I mean, if every time you rob a place, you're getting caught, I mean, hopefully after the second time you would be done. This is interesting. This is Nazi Germany stuff. All right, I'll click on that story every time. Everybody throw us everybody throw us a 10 spot and let's call it another win for the toe. Thank you, boys and girls. Or, hey, get really greedy and try to get in these Chad Buzamok donor ratings. Well, I guess I would be the greedy one, but make me greedy. I love that. Here we go. Let's Nazi Germany in Missouri. This isn't good. This is a man in the high castle shit.
Bureau lawmakers with ties to St. Louis are pushing new laws to create a bounty hunter program. It would pay people to turn in those they think are here illegally. First Alert 4.
Oh, that fucking rules. How is that Nazi Germany? So you just report people and you're like, yeah, I got a neighbor who's an illegal. You want to come get him? Oh, I see. Because you'll be ratting people out. And they're not going to be illegal, and you might end up getting legal citizens deported from the United. Okay, I see how this. Yeah, I can see how this would fuck up. You're going to trust our immigration policy to the watchful eye of the neighborhood gossip. Yeah, that would be like in the 40s in France. The Gestapo gets a call, and they're like, "Yeah, I think you need to come take my neighbor away. He's Jewish." All of a sudden, we find out no, he's just got an abnormally large nose. It's not his fault at all. Uh-oh, too late. The Nazis were not real keen on going, we made a mistake. You can leave.
Investigator David Amilati following this story. David.
Cameron, this bill was just submitted, and it's sponsored by Sunset Hills-based David Gregory, House Rep.
I'll say he's fucking based. He's getting people to just turn in random Mexicans to the government. Shit, dude.
Elected to the state Senate just last month.
His wife got fucked by the pool boy. You know that's what happened.
Gregory wants to pay Missourians $1,000 if they turn someone in. We've pulled some sections of the state senator's bill. The first.
Holy shit. Is Missouri running a surplus that I don't know about? $1,000 for every migrant you turn in? Dude, I'm only going to look for. You're going to see me spending my whole day at Home Depot undercover. I'm just going to be narking people out one after the other. It's going to be a good Christmas.
First part reads that someone here illegally is prohibited from voting in any election. It also keeps a person from receiving any permit or license to drive, receiving any public benefit, and becoming a legal resident of the state.
I mean, so far I'm for this bill. This makes sense. If you come here illegally, you can't do any of that shit. Fair. Good.
By the way, It's already illegal to vote if you're not a citizen.
Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, sure it is. Oh, yeah, and I bet you it never happens. I bet you we hold hard and fast to that rule.
The proposed bill also calls for the Department of Public Safety to develop this Missouri Illegal Alien Certified Bounty Hunter program. The program would certify Missouri residents to be bounty hunters to find and detain illegal immigrants in the state. It says DPS shall develop an information system for people to report violations, including a toll-free telephone hotline, email, and online reporting portal. The bill summary clearly states any person who makes a report in which an illegal alien is arrested shall receive a reward of $1,000.
Holy fuck, dude. You get this program going in every city in America, and you're gonna have a lot of guys with let's just say old bent chain link fence in their yard falling into a lot of money. And yet never fixing that chain link fence or getting a new lawnmower. Fuck.
Now, I asked local attorney Javad Kazali just about this bill. He's a former U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement prosecutor. He calls this the worst bill he's seen written. And to put a bounty on someone's head because someone believes they're here illegally is incredibly dangerous.
It's going to make things awkward, that's for sure. Like if you call to report your neighbor only to find out he was born here, you guys probably aren't going to be exchanging numbers anytime soon. I get that. But yeah, I can understand where this might be a problem. $1,000 to turn someone in because they're illegal. That's going to net you a lot of false reports.
As a civil rights attorney, that's great for me. You know, it'll take 1 week before we get a call that some Puerto Rican who's a U.S. citizen has been harassed, has been arrested. This is classic demanding your papers. You must have your papers with you everywhere. This is Nazi Germany type stuff.
Holy shit. I mean, I agree with them, but why do they have to be Puerto Rican? That was kind of weird that you just pulled that one out of the hat. Yeah, he's going to get some Puerto Rican who was born here, and they're, he can be Mexican too.
Estimates say there are 60 to 70,000 illegal immigrants in Missouri, a state with a population over 6 million people. Now, you might wonder, how would the state
6 million? Uh-oh, this is a Nazi bill. Oh, my God. That number just keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Oh, my goodness. 60. So we're talking $60 million in potential bounties. Hot shit.
Like this. The bill says funds would be appropriated by the General Assembly. I did call and text David Gregory asking for an interview or at least a statement. He hasn't gotten back to me.
He called me a filthy Mexican and told me to leave the country. I think he's a little confused. Back to you, Jane.
Me yet. For First Alert 4 Investigates, I'm David Amilati.
All right.
Well, shit. It'll be interesting. I don't know if that'll pass. I don't know if it'll become what do they call it? Law of the land or anything, but it's definitely interesting. It's definitely going to be something worth following. Holy shit. Mojo says, instead of the goal, we should raise funds for Aaron's queso and Little Debbie intervention. First of all, I haven't had queso in a dog's age. Second of all, I'm not a Little Debbie guy. Third of all, there's no reason to have an intervention. Fourth of all I want is the goal to be knocked out. We got 40 minutes to make $180. We got to get moving here, boys and girls. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. I sure would have. For those of you who wanted this members-only YouTube thing this morning, for the money you dropped in, I feel like you were using me a little bit. I feel like, because I went to the YouTube chat a lot today now because it's members only, but then as soon as you guys got the 50 in, you told me to go fuck myself. We lost out on a lot of hater money today because you guys tricked me. Thank you very much. Chad Buzamok says, since it's members only, is he at least watching the YouTube chat? I don't know. You tell me. Los Federales says they will never find my uncle who lives in Houston, Texas on Albany Street. Hey, wait a minute. Did you just... This is the kind of bill where Texas sees it and they go, fuck it, make it $2,000. Mussolini Diff says, go to Home Depot and a new deck built for free and money on top of that. Sounds great. Yeah, report all the workers after they build your deck. You don't have to pay them, and you get the bounty. Dude, this is a win for everybody. Miss Tay with $10 says, this shirt needs an intervention. You know, that hurts my feelings. I thought this was a safe place where I could wear whatever I wanted. I really thought this was a place I could go and we could all be friends. And now here I'm finding out that I'm not safe. Thanks, guys. Poop is Lube with $4.99. Who doesn't love Poop is Lube chiming in? Says, bro would literally drive to Spicer for a man, but Cold Spring Theater is too far. Wow. I didn't drive there for a man. I didn't drive there for a man. That's not fair. 170 away from today's goal. We got 38 minutes. Rally up and let's knock this thing out. I think if everybody does what Miss Tay did and drops in $10, I think it's Ollie oxen free in no time. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. There's a log jam in that top 4. Gray Duckling, Steph 2.0, Riding Dirty, Red Fox Mad, Zen Man, Trucker 18-Wheeler. That can be shaken up any minute. And it can help knock out Steel Toe's goal and do a half hour of overtime. Trucker 18-Wheeler with $1 says, why is my roofer running out of state? Quick, go catch him. Go catch him and find out. Anonylast says, use this as a reminder that it's still Chrissy's fault. I don't blame Chrissy. We're all adults. We all made our own decisions. And you just got to admit your mistakes and fix them and do better and move on. It's not, I'm in control of me. That's what it is. Dive Bar says, who can compete with the Sean's money? I don't know. Well, 2.0 is in third place right now. You got Gray Duckling, who's sitting at 145. You got Steph, who's at 120. And you got Riding Dirty, who's at 100. And then you got Red Fox Mad, who's at 80. So technically speaking, 2.0 could be out of the top 4 by the end of business today. If in the next 35 minutes, Red Fox Mad and Riding Dirty Llama start throwing money around, or Zen Man starts throwing money around, or Trucker starts throwing more money around, then that Martin money could be out of the top 4. Plus, you got Gray Duckling and Steph within $25 of each other. That's still close. Chad Buzamok says, quit spamming your chat. Oh, shit. I did put that 170 in there twice. I apologize. I'm sorry. I did spam my own chat. Hey, we're going to do that in about a half hour, though, when we got to beg for this 175, because it's looking like that kind of a day. Thank you guys for your contributions. If you'd like to keep going, we do appreciate it. Go ahead and knock that out. Daniel Penny verdict. This was written by Jason Whitlock for Blaze Media. Says Daniel Penny verdict is nearly as important as the election. Now, I don't agree with that. I don't think it's anywhere close to as important as the election, because I think it's very much a New York thing. For example, I don't think Daniel Penny being convicted, and I don't think that's going to discourage Good Samaritans from, say, Sartell, Minnesota. I don't think that's going to have much of an impact. I mean, the election has global impact. Trump getting reelected literally changes the world. The Daniel Penny thing will change New York. And by the way, the Daniel Penny thing, I think just the fact that it's going on right now, that this is even a prosecution, I think it's already done the damage in New York. I don't think Daniel Penny needs to be convicted for this to really fuck up the idea of citizens stepping in and cleaning up their city and confronting bad guys. I think the fact that Daniel Penny has already had to go through this shit show for the last year or two, I think it's already discouraged a lot of people from ever being Good Samaritans ever in the city of New York. Because there was that Alvin Bragg, he tried to he tried to prosecute that bodega owner. Remember that? Was it a Latino guy or an Iranian guy who ran a bodega? Some guy went back there to rob him, and he stabbed him to defend his store. And Alvin Bragg wanted to charge him with murder until a bunch of people literally just lined up in the streets and protested. And he goes, I was only fooling with you guys. Come on. April Fools. You can stab whoever you want in your bodega. It's fine. I think this Daniel Penny thing is going to discourage a lot of people from helping out. And, I can't blame them. Because you're talking about a guy who saw somebody, he's a guy, a serviceman, I think Marine, if I'm not mistaken. You had this guy who saw a guy harassing people, threatening people on the subway. And then as that guy's threatening people on the subway, this Daniel Penny comes up and he puts a stop to it and he restrains the guy. Even the cop said that Daniel Penny, and now the coroner has said, Daniel Penny did not kill this man. This man was hopped up on all kinds of drugs. This guy was losing his fucking mind. Then all of a sudden you get restrained. The heart rate goes up. Boop. You drop dead. But that's not because you were restrained. That's because you were on a bunch of shit. The cops even said this guy was still alive when we got there. We didn't want to give him rescue breathing because he was a dirty homeless fuck and we didn't want to get sick. So the fact that Daniel Penny is even facing any kind of charges because of this is fucking disgusting. And yes, it's going to bring New York further into the sewer because who's going to want to try and help a bunch of strangers when the government might just protect a piece of shit who was threatening people more than they'll protect you? So I disagree. I don't think the Daniel Penny verdict matters. I think the damage this Daniel Penny, Jordan Neely case has done has already been done. And it can't be undone by a not guilty verdict because most normal people don't want to go through this process just to help a bunch of strangers. And that doesn't make you a bad person. That just makes you a realist. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, get these women out of the top 3. Well, 3 of the top 4 right now are women. And I have to announce that our number 1 placeholder is now a woman because Steph just threw in another $70 over on PayPal, putting her at $190 for the week. That's right. Another $70. It puts us at 100. We're only 100 away for today, which means I got to shut my beggy mouth until 9:55. Thank you guys very much for the contributions. And now Steph has jumped ahead of Gray Duckling by about $45. And right now, Trucker 18-wheeler is at 85, so he's about $20 from jumping into the top 4. And that would drop Riding Dirty out. And that would put one more dude in the top 4. Right now, 3 of the top 4 are chicks. And the number 1 spot is a woman. So we got Dive Bar, we've got Zen Man, we've got Red Fox Mad. We got, by the way, Dive Bar is at 70 now. I'm sorry, I didn't update that. We got a few people who can jump in there. But right now, the girls have it. They're kicking you guys' ass. Approachable with $1 says, come on, people, $520 in a half hour to reach the gay porn line. I'm losing faith in this audience. Don't let me down. Price, you still got it. That's true. Wait a minute. $350. Yeah, $520, and I have to watch the Destiny video, but it has to be by the end of the show today. Fuck, I really hope that's not the case. People are saying Stephanie is SP. No, I would not use the woman's initials. Actually, you know what? Maybe I would. Maybe I would use the woman's initials. You don't know. You have no idea. But Stephanie has now taken the lead over Gray Duckling, and we are an even hundo away from doing 30 minutes of overtime today. Thank you guys very much. All right. It's Chad Buzamok's favorite moment in the Steel Toe Morning Show, our daily view clip. Mr. Buzamok, tell me what your favorite part of Steel Toe is. He'll tell you. The ratings board. The donor ratings being named after him because it was his idea. And the Daily View segment. Trucker 18-wheeler now at $90 with his 5 says, F the bitches. That's sexist. The bitches are the ones keeping us going this week. Trucker 18-wheeler, how dare you? Thank you for the $5. That puts us 95 away for today, and B Dabbler Network is pissed. He's fucking building word towers over this whole thing. Break his heart gently, boys and girls. Break his heart gently. All right, here we go. Our View clip today has to do with we were wondering what the girls from The View thought about the Hunter Biden pardon. Now, last night, our View clip was Ana Navarro talking about how the Trump election is going to make her take more bubble baths over the next 4 years. That is breaking news. That is not something we knew before. Ana Navarro wants to take more bubble baths. In related news, Billy likes to drink soda. Conan, Jay also said, is a family guy. I hope you're not thinking about blaming Conan. I fucking love that. That's my favorite Letterman era. Is that Leno-Letterman shit. Or that, not Leno-Letterman, Leno-Conan shit. All right, now we have Whoopi Goldberg. She's letting you guys know that if you're clutching your pearls over Joe Biden pardoning Hunter Biden, that's exactly what you're doing. You're just being dramatic. It's not that you're holding Democrats to their standard of Trump's a fascist, Trump's going to use the Justice Department to prosecute his enemies and give favors to his friends. We Democrats are good. We would never do that. Joe Biden's an excellent example of a man who's about justice and then pardons his felon son. Whoopi Goldberg says you guys are just kind of being punk bitches. Let's go ahead and take a look. The View gets an ad on Mediaite, right? They got to. A 5-second skippable ad, but an ad nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chad Buzamac sponsored View clip of the day. Hey, good news, Buzamac. It's a 2-minute and 8-second clip. Howdy doody indeed.
Full pardon to his son Hunter is being met with a strong reaction from the left side of the aisle, too. Take a look.
What other father in America has the power to pardon their son or daughter if they're convicted of a crime?
It's a big new. Brzezinski got his daughter a journalism gig that she was not qualified for. And her and her husband, Joe, have now run that program into the ground.
You need to tell the American public, I will not do this. And he did. And when you made a promise, you got to keep it.
I can't say why my colleagues are acting the way that they are. I can say that the American people are tired of us bringing a butter knife to a real fight.
Oh, so she's defending the pardon, saying like, and this is what Jon Stewart said. He goes, the Democrats' attitude is, that monkey flung the poo at me first. So that's how we're rationalizing it, huh? So we're doing the bike spokes meme. We're sitting there going, Hunter Biden commits multiple felonies and then takes the laptop that he committed those felonies on into a computer shop, sticks the stick in his own spokes, and then goes, God damn Republicans. It was their fault.
Gift to Donald Trump because he's going to come here and claim that he's just doing what Joe Biden did. And I think that is hurtful for the American people.
You know who's probably a big fan of the Hunter Biden pardon? Eric Adams. Because remember, Eric Adams is going to work with Trump on deporting illegals out of New York City, and that's going to be a huge help for the Trump administration. Guess who's getting themselves a pardon? Mayor Adams.
You know what I think is hurtful for the American people?
The N-word? Sorry. That was bottom of the barrel. That was low-hanging fruit, what I just did.
For the American people? I think what is hurtful is denying that if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. Let me try to predict what she's going to say here. So what Whoopi's trying to say is what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So remember all those months and years they were saying that Trump's a fascist and Trump is evil and Trump doesn't respect democracy and we need to do everything we can to protect democracy and be the good guys? So now you lose one election, and now all of a sudden it's, fuck it, fight fire with fire. Well, it's good to know that those were such deeply held principles you had. You fucking marks.
It's good for the gander.
Yeah.
He is the president of the United States, and it is his right, and he doesn't have to explain to anybody. This is his right as president. He can pardon.
Yeah, that's right. You know when we said that Trump's a dictator and he's going to act unilaterally and that's bullshit and a death to democracy? Well, Joe Biden's allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants. Chad Buzamok, how is this not your favorite segment of every show? By the way, thank you, Eaton Clams, for the $7 over on PayPal. What does that put us at? I think I'll get to it right after this segment because I don't have access to the chat right now. I believe that puts us at, if I'm not mistaken, $90 away from today's goal. Thank you, boys and girls. Just $90 away from knocking that out. All right, continue, Hens.
If he wants to pardon Bozo the Clown, he can pardon Bozo the Clown. Yeah.
Right, but Bozo the Clown didn't commit crimes against the state. And he's dead. You also, rub that one in too. Break the heart of every Gen X kid out there. Bozo's fucking dead, Whoopi. If he wants to pardon Bozo the Clown, he can pardon Bozo the Clown. Yeah, Bozo the Clown didn't smoke crack with Ukrainian hookers and fucking sell the United States down the river for $10 million. I don't have proof that Bozo the Clown didn't smoke crack with Ukrainian hookers, but that in and of itself is not a crime, especially when you're not in the United States. You know what I mean. We don't need to pardon Bozo the Clown. Number one, he's dead. Number two, I don't think he did what Hunter Biden did.
So I'm not sure why people are clutching their pearls while the left is clutching their pearls. Because did y'all forget all the stuff that we said was going on, or that doesn't matter? Because it seems to me, and I had to write it down because I didn't think I would remember it.
Yeah. That's good. Way to beat the accusations that you guys are old and out of touch. I had to write this down because I was worried I'd remember it because I got to itis now. Is it? My only question I have is, how does this end with Sonny Hostin reading a legal note? Bozo the Clown never fucked a goat. I
just want to say, Democrats, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways.
What are you talking about? You're the party of saying you can be whatever gender you want. Now all of a sudden you can't have it both ways? Talk about pulling the rug out from under people, Whoopi, you fucking killjoy.
You can't let people tell you you're not taking the moral ground when we take the moral ground all the time. We fight for migrant rights, women's rights, gay folks' rights, trans rights, and every time we do, suddenly we're being told, oh, you're on the woke agenda.
Yeah. Because you are. We fight for trans rights. Trans already have every right the rest of us have. I, as a person with a dick, can't go into a women's restroom. A trans person with a dick can't go into a women's restroom. Guess what? We have equal rights. I, as a person with an absurd testosterone level, well, let's not brag, cannot play women's sports. Same thing with a trans woman. Like this idea that they don't get to do shit. Shut up. And then I love that Whoopi Goldberg's whole thing to excuse her hypocrisy is, well, come on, y'all. We fight for good things that we think are right all the time. Let us be fucking crooked now. That would be fine, dude. Be crooked. But don't sit there for the last year and tell the American people that this is a fight between good and evil, straight and crooked. If you're just going to be rotten when you don't win. This is like liberals throwing a temper tantrum because they sold a shitty thing to the American people. The American people rejected them. So now liberals are like, well, fine, I didn't fucking mean it anyway. Great.
Either we are this party and we fight for these things and you see what's going on and you get why he's decided to do this, or you don't. But you don't go out and chew up other Democrats. This is a big problem, I feel. As a
right, yes, exactly. You heard it here first, guys. You see, it's way more important that we respect the continuity of our team than we actually stay intellectually consistent and mean what we say. Holy shit, how is that show full of so many terrible fucking takes? I'm actually mildly impressed by the whole thing. Eating Clams with that $7 says, using up gift card balance, another win for the toe. Thank you, Eating Clams. Dive Bar with $1 says, can a president posthumously pardon somebody? If so, he should pardon Charles Manson. Jesus. Miss Tay with $10 says, because he lied, simpleton, write that down. I would agree. I would agree that there was some lying going on there. So that's going to put us at $80 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, guys. Holy shit. $80 away from knocking out today. Keep it going. You guys have responded in a big way to today's goal. Pistachio says, Aaron, do you have low T? No. No, I don't have low T. Actually, they say if you're losing your hair, that's a sign of having too much testosterone. So I actually have to look that up, because if I get caught and that's not true. Is hair loss a sign of high testosterone? Fuck. No, high testosterone levels do not necessarily cause hair loss. In fact, many men with high testosterone levels do not experience hair loss or Having high levels of testosterone does not necessarily cause hair loss, but there may be a connection between your genes and baldness. Fuck. The more testosterone you produce, the more DHT in your body. DHT can attach to receptors in the scalp and gradually shrink hair follicles until they can no longer produce hair. That's why my dick be so hard. Wait, what? No, I'm talking to a bunch of guys. My dick's not hard now. I don't have a hard dick. You get hard another time. It's not hard now. That'd be fucking gay. No matter how these basketball shorts rub against my genitals. I promise. There's absolutely no evidence. Mojo says it's a sign of hormone imbalance. No, not at all. I got too much DHT. That's the problem. And I got the DHT because my testosterone's too high. See, we all know this. We're moving on now. It's settled science, right? Isn't that what they do with climate change? We just go settled science. We're good. We move on. How about Steph becoming number one in the donos, huh? $45 ahead of Gray Duckling. How about that? How about Red Fox Mad being at $80, huh, everybody? Isn't that great? How about Zen Man being at 70 or Trucker 18-Wheeler at 90? That's awesome. We all love that. That's awesome news. Chips and Diff says, your dick is hard because you're still thinking of cowpote. Approachable says, judging by your hairline, your testosterone peaks at certain points. Yeah, this is where all my testosterone is. Right here. Trucker 18-Wheeler says, you missed my rant. Oh, shit. Well, I'll go find it. $1 from Trucker 18-Wheeler says, Johnny is suppressing the male donos. Oh, see, I didn't know that. All right. Johnny is suppressing the male donos. Well, let's get those male numbers up. $80 and 15 minutes away. Thank you guys for getting us right there. I appreciate it. MSO says, is he losing it? No. I'm fine. I'm good. Meow Meow says, Aaron, watch Keno Casino tonight with SP, and I'll give you two a call out in the chat. Well, here's the deal. SP and I have a lovely little date. And then I think after that, we'll probably watch some Keno Casino. But here's my problem, though. Like, when it comes to Keno Casino, I find it so nice to watch those digestible clips that they put up. Otherwise, you kind of, it's a really long-form show. Because, like, I'm not under any illusion. Like, this show is a good show to listen to when you're doing other things and it needs to make the time go faster. I think if you're just sitting in your bed doing nothing, by the way, if you are sitting in your bed doing nothing, listen to Steel Toe all day. Thank you so much. That's incredible. But, most radio/podcasts are stuff you listen to while you do other shit. It's understandable. So, like, I don't know if we're going to, we'll probably watch a movie when we get home or, do something like that. Chips and Dip says taking her to Popeyes tonight. No, we're going to the pasta bar at Nelson Brothers. That's a very Midwestern date, you know, is going to the pasta bar at Nelson Brothers. We're having a very Minnesota date night tonight. You know, it's Wednesday. You can't go get fucked up or anything like that. Mac with $4.99. Thank you very much. He says, thanks, Toe. No, thanks, Toe you. Thanks, Toe you. You're like, thanks to you, but it's thanks. You guys, you know what? You might not be ready for that one, but your kids are going to love it. $70 away from today. Thank you very much for that. Vagrant J says, whack-ass Tulsa King. No, we're caught up on Tulsa King. Season 2 is over. Johnny 8 Book says, I know it's too late for wedding salad, but does Kiki think Aaron is aesthetically pleasing now? Did Keanu ever think I was aesthetically pleasing? We're not going to have the who's better looking, Gino or Aaron conversation, are we? Because it would break my heart if people said Gino. He's like 20 years older than I am. That would legit hurt my psyche and punish me. Chevrolet JB says, I've got bowling tonight. I'm going to get hammered. I want to get into, maybe not a bowling league, but I want to get into I'm going to say bags league, because if I say cornhole league, I'm opening myself up for all kinds of, not opening myself up in that way. Pistachio says, do you guys actually like Andy and Worski? It's not Andy and Worski. It's Ashton and Worski. Andy is Worski. I find them kind of insufferable, especially the fat one. Look, I'm not telling anybody what they have to think, but SP and I think that Ashton is fucking adorable. I think PPP is fucking great. I think he's really awesome. So, no, to each their own. Of course, you guys, you can think whatever you want. But I'm an Ashton guy. $75 away from today. Let's go ahead and hammer the rest of that out. I appreciate it. Miss Tay says, it took me 3 episodes of Tulsa King to understand what the old mate was saying. Sylvester Stallone's character. Yeah. Johnny 8 Book says, Kiki said you weren't invited to the wedding because without April, you weren't aesthetically pleasing. Wow. You know what? Add that to the list of things Keanu said that really hurt my feelings. I'm a tall man. Brother Bain says I'm tall enough for a tall man. That hurts. Haven't you ever seen me when I get all cleaned up? I look pretty good. I'm not going to sit here and defend myself. Zen Man Builds with $1 says Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel. Thank you very much for the $1. All right, in about 5 minutes, we're going to rattle the cans and see if we can't come up with this last $75. Never mind. Zen Man with $50. That's going to put Zen Man at $120, and that means Zen Man is in third place. Congratulations, Zen Man. $50 from the Zen Man means we are $25 away from hammering out this morning's goal. Look at you guys. Always coming in. Always coming in hot. We appreciate it. Oh, man, Johnny 8 Books. That really stung. Max says the casino might be the best show on the internet. I think it's fair. I think if you like that kind of show, like if you like the lolcow coverage and the drama, yeah, I don't think there's anyone better. I think they're the best out there. And because they don't take themselves too seriously. That's the biggest thing. Mr. Approachable says, come on, people, only $370 to go. He's right. 370 comes in. I got to watch the Destiny tape. What did I tell you, Approachable? They don't care if I watch the Destiny tape or not. Yes. And I'm not watching it because you don't own the libs by watching gay pornography. Johnny 8 Book says, no homo, but you had the best mugshot by a while. Thank you. Max says, then you got guys like Rocco doing 3 to 4 hours of low energy Dabbleverse. Yeah. You got some low-hanging fruit shows like that. But I think a lot of those shows being big in that small little community as the Dabbleverse versus shows like this that have branched out, I think that kind of shows how kind of watered down and awful that whole world has gotten. I mean, Christ. I miss the old days when shitty puppets were hack. But you know what? You go outside of that realm, shitty puppets are still hack. Let's go to, people saying the mugshot was great. Look at this. I'm getting so many compliments on my mugshot. You know, that's the way I wanted my life to turn out, where I'd be doing steel toe and my audience would be saying, you know, Aaron, not for nothing. Killer mugshot, buddy. Killer mugshot. Thanks, guys. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says funny clip of Aaron. Uh-oh. Red Fox Mad up to $85, by
That's
the way.
cosplaying sex.
Yes, you always need a man. There needs to be penis.
Sex is a wiener going into something. That's cos.
11:03:22. Does she look different? I always like to do the before and after. Actually, she looks like, I mean, this was a year and a month before she did coke, almost to the day. You know what? I guess she was always kind of pale.
Playing sex.
Yes, you always need a man. There needs to be penis.
Sex is a wiener going into something. That's cosplay.
That's what I believe. These are, you know what? I would say since that relationship ended, I think, let's take a look. I think your boy looks younger. You know what? I think this guy is better looking than this guy. I'm not trying to start a fight. I'm not trying to brag, anything like that. Thank you, Red Fox Mad, for the $4.99. I appreciate that. That's very, very nice of you. Very kind of you to throw us a few bucks here on this program. That's going to put us down to 20. Oh, wait, we're at $20, so we got to start doing this $1 and cents at a time. I love this part. $21.50 away from today's goal. Keep it going. Let's do it $5 and under at a time. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. You guys have got it. Why is Josh wearing a Golden Gophers sweater? Elza Belza says, you looked fatter back then. All right. I look better. This is good. Lander says, aw, memories. Aaron, get Kleenex just in case your penis sheds a tear. Oh, Turd Burglar says, how long till she's on the poll or OnlyFans to pay her bill? That's not nice. We don't have to be mean. You know, you can, like I said, it doesn't cost you anything to wish people the best. I'm not going to actively root for her because she talks all kinds of shit still. And I don't know if she's of a sober mind when she does that, because then people confront her about it. People will write her, like she'll write all kinds of terrible fucking shit about me, like on social media. And then on the show, I'll be like, wow, palling around with a guy who said he wanted to fuck your old stepkids that you claim to love and miss so much. That's kind of a shitbag move, isn't it? And then she'll go, he's so mean to me online. And then I'm like, oh, now I remember what it was like at the end of our marriage. There we go. Call something out. You're an asshole. Got it. Hendy with $1 says, does making sex also include penis going into another penis? Who am I? Look, who am I to sit here in judgment of another? Thank you very much. 2070 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Lander says Aaron was still hotter than April back then. Tits looked more robust too. Thank you. In no way is that hurtful. In no way is that hurtful. Miss Tay says, I wish Ape $1 million. That's the spirit. Wait a minute. Is that you? You son of a bitch. 1970. Away from knocking out today's goal. We've already got the overtime for you. We'll just see if you can finish off that last 20 a little bit at a time. One Punch Fan says, why is it only members only on YouTube? The audience asked today, and I said, nope, I'm not making it members only. unless you guys throw in, what was it? It was $50 in like 15 minutes. And then they did, so I'm a man of my word. All right, Red Fox Mad says, funny Aaron clip. Another one? Thanks for the $4.99, buddy. Zenman Build says, that's called docking. Aaron likes a good Monroe transfer better. We're at this point of the show, aren't we? Where we're all just getting silly. Is that what it is? All right, that's going to put us at $15. And YouTube's my YouTube chat's about to crash. I'm calling it. We're at $15.40 for today's goal. Keep it going, $1 or $2 at a time. Yep, there it goes. There it went. Yep. Stream Ninja caused the YouTube stuff to crash out again. There we are. Now it's back. Mark Sloan says truth hurts sometimes. Oh, why does it always have to be so mean? Why? 1540 away from today. Go ahead and do it a couple bucks at a time. That's always a lot of fun. Let's go to Red Fox Mad's. He has another funny clip. I think that it was just normal that I
I'll tell you this
six times just go into town.
Not for a second did I think that wasn't the case.
Well,
I've had sex before.
Thank you. Wait, what? She better not have had sex before. Thank you for the compliment that you thought I was.
Haven't you ever had
animal.
sex all night before?
I mean, yeah, but not every fucking night.
You only did it one time.
Well, recently. Back in my high school.
I'm just saying,
back in the high school and college
there's been men that, could go. But it's like you set me up that way. I didn't know. And then I'm listening to Aaron's show one morning, and he's talking to all of you fine people about how he fucked me on a boner pill. And I couldn't have felt more betrayed. I was like, you need a boner pill to have sex with me?
I didn't realize this was such a problem. Jesus Christ.
It really felt almost insulting, like I wasn't sexy enough for you to want to have sex with.
You would think that the guy, I fucked her up. You would think that a guy would get a thank you, but...
You did that night.
You did. You got to thank you that night. No, we were having a conversation on the radio. This is when April and I don't even know if we were we weren't even for sure dating yet. And I didn't know she had a fucking boyfriend at the time. She told me her and the boyfriend were broken up, but they just had a lease. So they were waiting for the lease to expire. I didn't know that she still had a boyfriend. And Johnny and I were talking on the show. And I think Corey was on that day too. And we were talking about I told them, I've never taken boner pills recreationally. There was some kind of story about, Blue Chew abuse. They were talking about people who are using Blue Chew and other shit who don't need it. And I was like, I've never done that. And Corey's like, give it a shot. And Corey's like, why don't you? And I'm like, well, I don't know how to get it. And Johnny's like, I got some. So I used it. And it was probably the second or third time that April and I slept together. And yeah, it was, Jesus. My only complaint about those things is that it's painful. You get erections that it feels like your dick's going to explode, and your dick's going to look like Ben Stiller's hands at the beginning of Tropic Thunder. I mean, they're really, don't get me wrong. They work but if you don't need them, get ready for a painful boner because it'll hurt a bit for sure. Aaron's Box with $1 says, I was the best thing you ever had, said Aaron's Box. Look, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. All right. It was fine. It was fine. I'm not complaining. I'll leave it at that. Not everything has to be the best. Not everything has to be the greatest thing ever. It's just, what is it? Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think that's fair. Loaded Wrench says, why would Johnny have them? Oh, I don't know, because his body's fucking riddled with shit that'll kill your dick. It's a good supplier to have. You know what I mean? All right, $14.60. Away from today's goal. Guys, keep knocking it out $1 or $2 at a time as we enter overtime here on Steel Toe. Have you guys seen this Brittney Spears thing? Oh, she's doing it again, guys. It's countdown to haircut time is what it is. I think Brittney's going to be going back to the haircut pretty soon. Hillary Clinton. Brittney Spears is now claiming that she's 5 years old. And yes, I said that right. And as a 5-year-old, she's going to be moving to Mexico. No dada, no mama. She's a 5-year-old who will now be moving to Mexico. You know, we should have seen this coming at some point, that Brittney Spears would grab onto the whole, trend of identifying as something. It seems like it's right in her wheelhouse. But I think people have stopped worrying about her. First of all, I'm really happy that the whole Free Brittney thing fell on its face as hard as it did, because those people were so obnoxious. They know nothing about her. They know nothing about her medical history, nothing about anything. And they're sitting here going, we free Brittney, get her off the conservatorship. It's not right. That conservatorship was the only thing keeping her from going broke, insane, and dead. Her parents had rebuilt her fortune back to like $60 million. Then everyone's like, let her live her own life. We tried that before. She almost died. South Park made a episode about it that we're going to sacrifice her for the crop harvest. So they let her off the conservatorship, and I swear to Christ, it wasn't a week before she was dancing with knives, going insane, filming herself going crazy. It was instantaneous. We were all proven right that conservatorship was there for a reason. Well, the thing about that is now, all these Free Brittney people, it's not fashionable anymore to be Free Brittney, so they've all fucking abandoned her. So now she goes crazy, and we all just watch with popcorn. Which, aren't you glad you interjected yourself into something you know fuck all about? It's great, isn't it?
I'm not really sure why the paparazzi have me going on a plane looking like I'm wearing a Jason mask. It doesn't even look like me. I don't know why I have a torch in my hand, honestly. I think my friend accidentally gave that to me. But anyways, it's my birthday. I'm not turning 42. I'm turning 5 this year. I'm turning 5 years old, and I have to go to kindergarten tomorrow. Baby struggle.
So glad she has no one looking after her. She didn't need that husband. I mean, he would have been a pedo at this point, right? Because she's 5. Now, I've known women to have problems, aging into their 40s and wanting to lie about their age. And I don't want to be. By the way, she turned 43, not 42. So she even lied about the age she was lying about. But going full-on 5-year-old cosplay and going to kindergarten in the morning, like going full Billy Madison, I mean, that's wild.
Strawberry, a very, very cute baby cake that my friend, it really kind of hurts my feelings that the paparazzi make my face look like I'm wearing like a white Jason mask. It doesn't even look like me. They've always been incredibly cruel to me.
What the fuck is she talking about, by the way? That the paparazzi makes her wear a Jason mask. What is it? Now, do I think she needs to be confined like Hannibal Lecter? Of course, absolutely. But I don't think that's what they're doing to her.
The paparazzi and pictures and the way they've illustrated me to be in some of it. I know I'm not perfect at all by any means, but some of it is extremely mean and cruel. And that's why I've moved to Mexico.
Oh, boy. I got another one for you if you want it. Remember Kim Zolciak and Croy Bierman? The reality star lady and the Real Housewife of Atlanta or whatever it is, and the former football player? There's more police body cam footage of one of their domestics. Why can't these two just separate from each other and leave each other the fuck alone? For the last 3 years, we've been seeing body cam footage of these two having knockdown, drag out fucking domestics. And they're just like, the cops just leave and they go, all right, you guys have a good night. They got no money. They're bankrupt. They're selling their house to try and pay off their debts. This guy's got casino markers he can't even fucking pay. Let's go right to that since we're apparently having a fucking freak parade on today's show. Brittney Spears is now 5 years old, by the way. She's 5 years old. She's going to kindergarten tomorrow. What I'm trying to say is she's doing great. She's doing great. Johnny 8book says, actually, she's just hitting on Melton. Oh, I didn't know. Someone says jokes on her. Melton already has a slow. Now that's really not nice. Oh my God, you guys. Starting to sound like Kevin Brennan over here. 12:20 away from today's goal. Go ahead and knock it out. Couple bucks at a time. $5 and under. Let's hit that last $12.20 and call it another win for the toe. Keep her going, boys and girls. Let's watch my favorite dysfunctional couple. Now that April and I are divorced. Body cam footage.
Yeah, do you want to come over here with me?
No, because last time I did that, he started taking all my shoes and running.
Well, we're here, so nobody's going to make stolen.
Don't mind.
By the way, she's a fucking lunatic. She's one of those people who once the cops come there, she doesn't do anything wrong. She leaves the room. He takes all my shoes and he starts running. And I'm not trying to give this guy a pass either. These two seem mutually fucking toxic and problematic for each other. But she'll do this thing where she's like, he just goes crazy out of nowhere. I have no idea why. And you can tell when she's talking to the cops, you're like, oh, I can see you instigating some shit. 100%. But then when he comes in and he starts talking, he's the stereotypical fucking dummy who takes every piece of bait there is and goes crazy. And she'll be like, I don't understand why he's so mean. And in front of the cops, she'll go, you don't understand. She's fucking insane. And she keeps doing this. And they're like, whoa, bro. Calm the fuck down. Calm the fuck down. Relax. He'll kind of play into the stereotype. Meanwhile, she'll try to baby face it, but the cops aren't fooled by that. They see it all the time. She tries to politic for the cops. They don't buy it. He loses his mind. They see what he is. The cops have seen enough of this shit where they're standing there going, all right, you were both at fault. You're both pieces of shit. We've been here a million times. You both suck. Please don't make us come out here again.
I've been out of town for a week working.
Yes, ma'am.
And he's removed a bunch of belongings.
Okay.
And
nice move. Avoiding conflict, getting her cleaned out of the house. First of all, you guys should be selling all that shit. You guys are a lot of money in debt. You should be stripping that house down as much as you can, selling everything you have. And then that way, when the house is empty, you can, you sell the house too. You make, I think they live in an $800,000 house, but they owe $1 million, $1.2 million or something like that.
he's stolen my laptop or my iPad. He's stolen all sorts of stuff out of the storage unit. I'm just trying to get my clothes and my shoes out of here and be done.
Yeah, see, guys, she's just, I mean, look at her. She's ready to be on the go, clearly, with her sweats and nighttime stuff on. Yeah, you see, guys, he's the crazy one. He's nuts. I'm just trying to get a few shoes and leave. So, I mean, honestly, if it were just me here, you wouldn't even need to be here. I
have my U-Haul back on its way here with two guys. I've been unloading my stuff, and that's what he did.
So he stole your laptop?
He stole my iPad. He stole all this stuff out of my storage unit downstairs, which is my private access. I'm trying to look for the attachment right now, that I have access to the thing Monday through Friday. And he's not allowed to be in here from 9 to 3.
Okay. And where does it say he's not supposed to be?
I'm trying to get them on the phone right this second.
I don't know if he's not supposed to be there from 9 to 3. If it's his house, he should be allowed to be there. I don't know.
Okay.
Let me call Dan now. So I'm just trying to get my stuff. That's all I want. I just want my clothes.
By the way, whenever you see a domestic episode like this, don't ever feel bad for being skeptical and not believing the person's story, male or female, because I'll let you in on something. Both of them are trying to be the victim. Both of them are lying their fucking asses off, and both of them are cunts. So whenever you see body cams like this and you see the guy goes, well, she does this and she's this and she's that, and you want to go, yeah, he's exaggerating, he's lying. Yeah, go with that feeling. And then when you see her just lay on the victimhood thick, go, yeah, she's lying too.
My stuff, which is rightfully mine, and to get out.
All right.
And until I get my iPad back and the stuff he stole from me, he won't get his. laptop back from me. It's not. I don't.
Oh, whoa! Did you hear that? There we go. A little bit of truth comes trickling out. She's the victim. He keeps stealing her stuff. He's got her iPad. What a piece of shit this guy is. Oh, and if he doesn't give me back my iPad, I won't give him back his laptop that I took from him. Ah, the plot thickens, huh?
I'm operate like this. I'm tired of being stolen from.
So you took his laptop, and he took your phone, but you took.
He
his
took my
laptop.
iPad.
Or
He's
iPad,
taken my
excuse me.
cameras out of my room. He's
Okay.
broken into my room. I have it all documented. I have it. He's
Broken in. Wow. So you're saying that the house that he owns, the door was locked to your room and he like kicked it open. He forced it open, or was it it was his house, his room. Now he can't steal your stuff. I get that, but like broke in. Again, these victimhood words that I'm sure both of them will use.
jerked off. Want me to show you the jerk off video of him jerking off on my camera?
Wait, you have a video of it? That's not something you should tell the police. I recorded him jerking off. You want to see that? Ma'am, you cannot show us that without his permission. That is against the law.
I'll show you.
Ah, shut up, Aaron. How would you know?
Guys.
She's a pathological liar.
No, I'm
Let's
not.
just work on getting paper.
Oh, he's here. Okay, he's here now. And he starts saying she's a pathical. Okay, go back. I want to hear this exchange.
I have it. He's jerked off. Want me to show you the jerk off video of him jerking off on my camera?
Pathological liar.
I'll show you guys.
She's a pathological liar.
No, I'm
Let's
not.
just work on getting paperwork.
She goes, no, I'm not. Well, I mean, that settles it then, I guess. She's a pathological liar. No, I'm not. Well, we're at a stalemate then. You want me to what a weird thing to tell the cops. Like, the truth just starts coming out of what a piece of shit she is as we go on. She's like, he stole my iPad. Oh, yeah? Yeah, and if he doesn't give it back, I'm not giving him back the laptop I stole. Oh, okay. You want me to show you the video of him jerking off? Ma'am, that's not illegal. That's not. Was he doing it by a bus? No. It's fine for him to sit by his sink and jerk off. As a matter of fact, if I was $1.2 million in debt and selling this house wasn't going to cover it, jerking off would be about the only freedom I have at this point.
Yeah, you want to come over here just a little bit?
We're spying on me for.
No, it wasn't spying. I watched you grab him and move him.
Because I want to get this done.
I wasn't spying on you. I'm just holding as a threat a video of you jerking off. Oh, okay. All right.
As possible.
Okay. I just want to grab my stuff.
I understand.
That's it.
I understand that.
That's it. I'm just looking for a court order.
If all she wants is the stuff out of the closet, can she just take it?
Well, that would be, as long as she's taking her stuff, I'm good with that, but I need to file a police report. As long as she's not touching any of like the things I need to work and function as a human.
Yeah, no, we got our bodies.
Which side of the closet is hers? Which side yours?
That side's hers, so I don't care about any of her stuff.
So as long as she doesn't go to the right.
And it's not technically her stuff, but she can take all of the female stuff. But I need to file, I have video footage of her last night in this room. She's not allowed to be in this room. And she stole my laptop and documents.
Holy shit, why don't you guys go get a fucking hotel room or something? Jesus Christ. He's not allowed to be here from 9 to 3. She's not allowed to be in this room. I have video of him jerking off. I have video of her being here while I'm jerking off. It's like, I almost don't want these two to break up because I don't want to, hoist them on somebody else.
And I have video footage for the theft. So I don't know how to handle that.
Where you guys are on the divorce? Or are you still technically married right now?
We're still technically married. Okay.
Yeah, you guys have been doing this song and dance for 2 years. Why aren't you fucking divorced? Well, the debt. That's why. They can't afford to get divorced. God, that's got to be hell. By the time divorce happens, it's such a fucking blessing.
All right.
She's just grabbing all your stuff.
I just want all my belongings.
No, I'm just saying the clothes out of the
Clothes and the
closet.
shoes, and that's it.
He says he doesn't care as long as you take all the female stuff.
That's all I want.
All right.
Why don't
You
you
want to do
take-
that?
So I'm waiting on the bin. The bins are going to be here now. I was trying to do
Well,
the
do you
boxes.
want to, how about this? How about you take all the female stuff and move them out so y'all aren't together? Let's separate as much as possible,
You
okay?
guys, you know the shoes.
And then let's take
I understand. So let's separate as
Can
much
you
as
guys stay
possible.
here? I have some boxes.
Why
down
don't you
here.
She's still politicking. She's like, you guys know the true story. It's like, no, the true story is you both suck. We're not going to sit here and fucking take sides. You're both assholes.
Take Roy to the kitchen and go talk to him about the alleged.
So if you want to stay with them, take all your stuff and then kind of separate y'all.
You stole my iPad.
All right, so she can start grabbing all that out. Can you go with him?
Look, she's so fucking scared of him. He's such a terrible guy. He's so awful that she's just going to walk right past him with her fucking tits out going, he's a piece of shit. He stole this from me. He stole that. Oh, God.
Sir, you want to come with me?
Laptop stuff. And she's going to start moving all the stuff out.
You can talk on the phone. We just got to walk this way.
I did. Well, they're here right now, and so.
And I'm sure he's on the phone with his lawyer. Look at that. You're $1.2 million in debt, and these aren't all sold, you fucking rat piece of shit. I don't know. What are these pairs of shoes? Probably a couple grand a piece at least. You could probably knock out that 0.2 in that 1.2 million by selling these shoes. God, people are the worst. People like this are the fucking worst. These vapid, empty, shallow assholes who the idea of selling their shoes to try and get themselves back onto a stable financial footing is so, it's so perverse to them. It's so gross to them that they can't even imagine selling their shoes. Not even a pair. Oh, fuck her. She's awful.
I want my, oh, I don't have the ladder up here, though. Oh.
A ladder. Wow. Look at the perspective. I thought this was like the size of a human. Her height, she only goes up to the third fucking row of these shoes. I have no sympathy for either of these two. Fuck you. That you're so far in debt and you won't sell those shoes. She's the worst.
I just want my iPad back, my camera's back, and...
Well, here's the thing, just so you know.
Yeah.
No. I'm saying we're on a limited time here.
Right, the cops are like, we're tired of your shit, all right? We don't want to talk to a couple of vapid retards all night. We got shit to do.
That's fine. If you want to start...
And he's got a bunch of hats like a douche. And he's got a bunch of sneaks like a douche. Oh, these two deserve the problems that they have. Do you really have a shoe brush, you fucking dickbag?
Your shoes in the bin, and then...
And then if you want to put everything outside where it can be...
The last time you guys, do you remember that I busted my... It's just too much. This is just too much, guys. Let me,
These cops probably make, what, 60, 70 grand a year? Like, the look on that guy's face just, to me, says, he's fucking people. You've got to be fucking kidding me. They're this guy probably has like 1 or 2 credit cards. They've got a reasonable balance on him. He's got a family. And he lives in kind of a normal middle-class house. And he's looking and he's like, these people are $1.2 million in debt and they get to live in pig shit luxury. You've got to be shitting me.
problem is all this marital stuff. When he takes my phone, there's nothing I can do. Like, it's all just...
Look at him. He's just looking up. He's like, Jesus fucking Christ, lady. We don't care.
Says it too. Like, it's marital.
No, and I understand that. But and here's the thing too. Like, obviously, us were supposed to be used for emergency.
Right. No, I
purposes
told him that.
and
I told him that. But I knew this was gonna happen, and he gets very volatile.
No,
Last
no.
night he pushed
What
me.
I'm trying to say is the reason why we're on a time crunch here is because not that, but we have.
Look at this. Look at this room.
I'm
Typically, this is something that if you were to, you could do one or two things in the future. You could either contact the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, make an appointment. That way they can have a dedicated deputy out here with you as long as you need.
Oh, wait.
Jesus. So they're basically telling her, you guys can call the police and make an appointment for your horse shit because you guys are so incapable of being people. Great. Great. Miss Tay with $5 Australian says, wow. I really hate these two. I do. Zenman Builds with $5 says that house should be empty like the one in Fun with Dick and Jane, right? Zenman now has 125. Zenman is in third place, I believe. Thank you, Zenman. That's another $7 off. Look at that. Hey, 520 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Let's do this in 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. 520 left to go. Don't do the thing now. Don't do the thing where you throw a bunch at it and knock it out all. Let's do it $1 or $2 at a time. Everybody throw in 1 or 2. And we'll get today knocked out and call it another win for the toe. $5.20 left to go. Also, thank you, Jersey David, for the Jersey David 99 becoming a baby boot. Thank you very much for becoming a member here on Steel Toe. George says another timely piece from Aaron. This is 2 years old. Nope. Body Cam says November 2024, Mr. George. Another win for the toe. Holy shit. Syndicate says Ethan Ralph's plea deal just got posted. This for contempt of court? No, I don't believe it. 1 year unsupervised probation, 90-day jail sentence, all suspended for up to 1 year. $500 fine, $89 court surcharge, warrant will be quashed. That sounds extreme for contempt of court. Is that Syndicate? Are you bullshitting me? Because in Minnesota, contempt of court is a $250 fine. That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. Oh, by the way, I forgot Will Heron in my tweet about sharing people's stuff. Breaking piggy news in the criminal case of Ethan Oliver Ralph. This is breaking Baldo news. For contempt of court, a plea deal has been entered. It is yet to be seen if the judge will accept. Presumptive 90 days. Officer probation to the court, unsupervised. 1 year. $500 fine, restitution. The defendant here in this case, I am charged with misdemeanor contempt of court charge. That seems a bit extravagant, if you ask me. Huh. Wow. He's getting off with $500 plus. Yeah, he's going to have to pay about $600. And he won't do any of that jail or probation or anything like that as long as he stays out of trouble. But $600 for contempt of court. I'm going to look it up. I'll show you guys. I looked it up. Contempt of court, Minnesota fine. In Minnesota, the maximum fine for contempt of court is $250. They threw something else at him, dude, because he got fucked on this deal. Maximum fine for this is something worse than contempt of court. This has got to be different because in this state, contempt of court is $250 max. Court may also sentence the person to up to 6 months in jail. Okay, so we got that one. They did 90 days. If the person is unable to pay the fine or serve the jail time, the court may relieve them on just terms. That is strange. Tridio says he has priors which elevated it. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that makes sense. All right. Fair enough. That knocks another $1.40. That puts us at $3.80 for today. Oh, but there's Bearded Trucker with $10. Thank you very much, Bearded Trucker. Another win for the toe. And the Beggy Monster was kept at bay today. How awesome is that? Thank you guys very much for your generosity in knocking out today's goal and making it another win for the toe. That is really surprised. Boy, they came up with that deal really, really easy. Or really, really quickly, I should say. Ralph gets in trouble with the state of Minnesota. Aw, shucks, I'm sorry. I'll take what you're graciously offering me as a plea deal. Okay, $600. He left criminal history blank. Is this not perjury? Don't do that. Don't do the thing where you're like, oh, should we point out that he's lying about criminal history? And don't do that. That's enough. It's fucking contempt of court. He streamed my court hearing, which you're not allowed to do. I mean, we can leave him alone. We don't need to get the guy in more trouble. And he won't be. You wouldn't get him in more trouble anyway. That's very nitpicky. Well, now he gets to see his kid for Christmas. That's good, right? Tridio with $2 says may have also agreed to some 609.89 evidence. What's 609 point? Is that one of mine? Is that one of the access to account things? Oh, I guess. I mean, if he got sent any of this stuff, I mean, I suppose that could be part of it. Yeah, so if he just stays down in Mexico and behaves himself for a year, he'll be fine. Well, that wasn't so bad. The fine's a little steep, but other than that, I don't think it's anything to write home about. And now Ethan Ralph's free to see his kid for Christmas. What do you know? Sam Show says, LOL, Aaron, it's Ethan Ralph. Stop being a fag. I know, Sam Show really wants me to hammer the shit out of the guy. But even if I don't like someone, and I don't really dislike Ralph, I kind of nothing Ralph. I don't really think about him. But I got to have a reason to really shit on the guy. Lander's explaining it. The cost is extra if you're super gay. Oh, okie dokie. Contempt of court is not one offense with a standard penalty, says Andrew Sun. No, I went with the Google AI answer, so forgive me. I could be wrong about that. I have not. 09 Canyon says, is Johnny taking the afternoon off too? I haven't heard from Johnny yet as to whether or not he is going to be on this afternoon. He said he wasn't sure. Johnny's having some leg injury problems. So I gave him the day off today. He said, can I come on later or maybe just take the day? I said, I'll always say take the day. But Johnny will always offer to work. But no, he's got a leg injury issue, and it might keep him off the air this afternoon. Be sure to check 2 o'clock Central Time. What is it? YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. Just Kidding LLC. Andrew's son says, how did you possibly manage to reach the goal so smoothly without Johnny? Well, we had a lot of people chipping in a healthy amount of money. One person threw in 70, one person threw in 50. So there were some, as they say in football, chunk plays in there. But we knocked it out, and we appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. We got to get out of here. That's it for today. Thank you very much. We will not be on tonight's scheduled day off. I'm going to spend a little extra time with the kids. I'm going to go on a date with SP. We're going to have a good time. And yes, Fauci's Pangolin, of course, 5 subs. You threw that in too. And then tomorrow morning will be our last morning show on YouTube for the week. Thank you guys very much. Take it easy. We'll be back again tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.